Took a deal, signed another deal. Post up in the hills on the rail. Headed for a mill, travel with me still. Getting kills, all this pop appeal. Got these pop stars try popping in, and they getting pop for real. I ain't tryna build, I was tryna lead a meal. Getting to it before I hopped up off the block. I was still going through it, friends doing pills. And came faster than it should've. I was Buddy Hill, shooting at a pace soon as I pull up. Dropping buckets, yeah, like it's nothing. In the kitchen chopping onions, yeah. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets, hey, yeah. Like it's nothing, hey. Earn my respect and burn a budget, hey. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Yeah, I'm dropping buckets. Got some cash for me, don't worry about my past for me. I'm driving with no gasoline, this life I live's a fantasy. Yeah, I do this for my dogs, all my day ones and my family. My life gon' live through them if I end up in any tragedies. I hope y'all understand this shit got bigger cause it had to be. I always knew I had it, but just not at this capacity. I recognize the gravity, closer to the summit, stacking chips and counting nuggets. I've been stunting, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, in the kitchen chopping onions. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, earn my respect and burn a budget. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Earn my respect and burn a budget. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. Took a deal, signed another.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run. Stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I be gone. Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better up, get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run. Stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I be gone. Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
He's banging me out. He's giving me dick pics. Yeah.
barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it's
the barbershop. Well, I mean, we can't talk street in the barbershop. Then where can we talk street? We can't talk street nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
I
right.
gotta tell you, who's the pop down?
Man, ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, man? If y'all can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. If y'all can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. All right. If everything's working perfectly, put a 1 in the chat. All right. We'll have a great show tonight. Fellas, if you want to be a part of this absolutely wonderful show tonight, all you got to do Go to the top. Go to the top of the chat and hit that StreamYard link. Come on in here and have this conversation tonight. You guys see it? It says honor stepfathers. Joseph did it for Jesus. So why not? This is the Barbershop Talk for tonight. And I'm glad you guys are here. I'm honeymoon happy and peacock proud that you guys are in the building with your boy tonight. All right. Now, let's see who we got in the lobby waiting to be escorted in here. We got Milani in the building. She said, good evening, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy holidays. Same to you, the beautiful Milani. Curtis Moore's in the building. Happy Friday, BMU Network. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for being here. Champ is in the building. Champ Talks Reactions, my guy. Thank you, man. Can't wait till you get in here. The link is at the top of the chat. We got, all right, that's it for now. All right, guys. Now I've got some I want to play. I'm probably going to play it several times. But I need you guys to see this. Just take your mind, close your eyes for a second, and take your mind to the story of Cinderella. And imagine if Cinderella's stepmother was a black woman or had black mannerisms or black talk, or the way she talked was just ghetto. Can you just imagine it for a second? I want to take you guys there. I want to play this for you. And y'all tell me what y'all think. Here we go.
Cinderella, bring your white ass in here now!
So y'all bitches really ratted on me?
Yep.
I hate you for being pretty. Suck my dick.
The fuck you standing there looking all innocent? Bring your ass over here.
Yes, Mother?
Mother? Bitch, I didn't birth you.
My fault. Yes, stepmother. Why he's smiling like that? His evil ass. You wanted something?
Shut the fuck up. Now. I need you to play my numbers and pick up my cigarettes. The EBT card should be on the dresser.
Can I order a sandwich, stepmother?
Heavens no, you fat fuck. You better go boil some hot dogs or some shit.
But stepmother, I'm tired of eating that.
Well, bitch, move out. Oh, yeah. You can't. You have nowhere to go and no man to save you. Cunt. Even if you did, I would have him boomed immediately.
What do y'all think? Put a 1 in the chat if that's accurate. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's accurate. I think that would be absolutely 100% accurate. For sure. If Cinderella's mama was black, for sure. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Now I want to go back and recap over the week. Okay. Because we played a lot of stuff over the week. And before we get into the conversation tonight, hold on a second. All right, before we get into the conversation tonight, I want to recap on what we talked about for the past week. We talked about accountability. We talked about Travis Hunter and the situation that he's going through with his soon-to-be wife. Lord have mercy. Bless his heart. I think that he's just making a huge mistake. And I see a lot of women out here, particularly our women, saying that this man definitely needs to stay with her. And if it happens, it happens. Black men should let it happen. I don't believe that, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens because I'm basically tired of the women in our space wanting black men to just go through. They don't want the man to get no advice. They just want him to go through. Go through. It doesn't matter if Travis Hunter loses everything. Let him lose everything. No. Why should a man have to work that hard and lose everything? No, he should take counsel Because biblically speaking, that's what it should be for the women. The Bible says the elder women should teach the younger women not to be drunken with wine, and not to be drunken with wine and not to be whores, but they should they should teach them how to serve their husbands and how to be submissive to their husbands. Same thing should go for the men. The men should be able to hold the young men accountable, especially when they're lost. All right. So I want to play this video, another video, because this is Barbershop. So, we talk about a range of things. And I want to play this video. And I want to get the chat involved in it because I think this was important. And I want a yes or a no in the chat on how you feel. Which way are you heading? Which way are you leaning when this man is speaking like this? All right. Let me see. Here we go. Right, there we go.
You mean to tell me y'all share bodily fluids on a regular basis, but we can't share passwords and social media pages? Make it make sense. Y'all share the same bed, and you mean to tell me y'all can't share with each other phones and tablets? It's not privacy. It's secrecy, and people's relationships are being destroyed because of secrets. So we got to be in relationships where we agree. We're not keeping any secrets from each other. We're going to be honest, open, transparent, vulnerable with each other.
I'll play that one more time, ladies and gentlemen.
You mean to tell me y'all share bodily fluids on a regular basis, but we can't share passwords and social media pages? Make it make sense. Y'all share the same bed, and you mean to tell me y'all can't share with each other phones and tablets? It's not privacy. It's secrecy, and people's relationships are being destroyed because of secrets. So we got to be in relationships where we agree. We're not keeping any secrets from each other. We're going to be honest, open, transparent, vulnerable with each other.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. Put a 2 in the chat if it needs to be discussed. If it needs to be discussed, put why it needs to be discussed. Should your spouse, should there be a boundary when it comes to electronics, emails, text messages, so on and so forth? Because here in the lovely state of Texas, they just made it illegal for a woman to go through a man's phone and use that in the court system against the man. Yeah, they just made it illegal for a woman to it's not admissible in court to use a man's text messages, email, anything, phone records, anything having to do with his electronics. So what do you guys think? Milani says that yes. She put a 1 in the chat. She said, yep. She agrees. All right, anybody else? Lost in Translation agrees that they should share passwords. So, and while everybody else is putting their 1 in the Champ Talk reactions, said the same thing. All right, now, my question to you guys is, what if she does not want to? What if your woman says, no, because me and my friends text messages in the phone, and I don't want you to see what we be talking about? What response are you giving her then? For the men out there or women out there, women, tell me, what would you say to a woman that says, no, I can't let my husband get in my phone because if I let him in my phone, I don't want him to see the stuff that me and my friends talk about. It's just stuff in there that's personal between me and my friends. Oh, Milani cooking with good grease. Milani says she shouldn't have gotten married. So Milani, go into that a little bit more, Milani. Tell us why she shouldn't have gotten married. Do you think that's secrecy? Do you think she's hiding more? Do you think she's hiding something when she says that? All right. Lost in Translation say he up out of there. So same thing with you, Lost. Do you agree that she's hiding something? She's being sneaky because she's telling you, "Hey, Lost, baby, my friend text messaging and I can't let you see what my friends are talking about. So you'll never be able to go in my phone. I will never give you the passcode to my phone because there are some conversations in my phone between me and my friends I don't want you to see." Milani says, and she needs to watch what she talks about with her friends and who she has as friends. Milani also says, when married, you become one. A married women, if you're listening out there, look at Milani. Milani is a very beautiful woman. She don't have no reason to be hating on y'all. She's just telling y'all the truth. She said she needs to watch what she talks about with her friends and who she has as friends. When married, you become one. This is a woman talking now. I didn't pay Milani to say that. Lost in Translation says she prioritized her friendship over her marriage. She prioritized her friendship over her marriage. Guys, thank you for being here tonight. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as we are going. You can send a super chat. You can definitely send a super chat and or a Cash App. So you'll see that scrolling at the bottom of the screen as well in a few seconds. All right, there we go. So you guys want to send a Cash App, please support the show by Cash App or by super chat. Super chats are back down at the bottom down there. And I appreciate you guys dearly. Hink said, I'm evaluating friends. Some ain't going to make it. Well, what your wife got to say about that, Hink? Hink, the link is at the top of the chat, my guy. I would love to have you come up here and have this discussion with your boy. Milani says, after Lost said she prioritized her friendship over her marriage and social media and electronics and social media and electronics. Hink says, I'm evaluating. Come on, Hink. Hink says, I'm evaluating friends. Some ain't gonna make it. All right. KP from KC5 says, be like Joseph, BMU. Be like Joseph, BMU said. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a minute, Doc. I got a video of a pastor trying to relate a baby mama to Jesus mama. Two completely different things. All right, I got my boy Hink in the building tonight. Let me get my boy Hink up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hink is in the building tonight, man. What's going on, my guy? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. You muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I got this new microphone and it forced me to use headphones. I hate that son bitch. I'm about to send it back to Best Buy. These ain't shit. Yeah. I like to free. Like I like to be free and wireless free, man. They gonna hook me to the cord. I ain't with this, man. I'm gonna have to take it back.
What kind
you get? Sender.
What kind you get?
I'm a fan of the blue microphones, man. I'm a fan of them.
Yeah, I love them. I like them too.
But what I don't like is that I have to use headphones. Now, maybe something I'm not doing right. I don't know. I've been known to fuck some shit up. I might be messing up. Don't even know what I'm doing. That's probably why I'm getting frustrated. But yeah, what's going on, big brother? You good tonight? Hope you had
I'm good.
Christmas.
Yes, sir, man. Good Christmas, man. How about you and your family, brother? First Christmas as a married couple.
No, it was good, man. It was good. We made it through. Unscathed. Absolutely. Financially unscathed.
Yeah, I know that's right. So Hank, what are your thoughts about this particular segment of the show. What are your thoughts about if let me give you the scenario because I want to give it to you plain. Your woman, you go to your wife tonight and you say, "Hey, baby, I need to use your phone." "Oh no, baby, you can't have my phone." "Why?" "I can't give you the code to my phone." "But why?" "Because I got some things in there I talk to my friends about that I don't need you to see." What is Hank saying to his wife?
Now, she wouldn't be my wife then. Someone I would have to say nothing to her. She would. She. Look here, man. Everything. Look. There's no places I can't go. Nowhere in this house. Nowhere in your life, your past. I need to know all of this. This is a must. It has to be talked about. And if it's not addressed, you should address this prior to blessing a woman with your last name, first of all. You know what I'm saying? So that shouldn't be an issue at all. But if it is,
baby, I can't let you see it because there's personal things and stuff in there. I don't want you to judge my friends. And I want you to see what's going on, what we're talking about, baby. So that's why I can't give you the code to my phone.
Yeah, no, I don't care what she say. We not doing this. We not doing this, man. We are not doing this. You got access to everything with me. And you, I don't care what conversation. It ain't like something I ain't never heard before. You ain't gonna tell me nothing new under the sun that I ain't heard or seen before. So I don't give a damn about what they say. It might need to be another reason why I need to reevaluate some of your friends if you're saying some shit that don't need to be talked about, and they need to get cut off. Like I said, some friends ain't gonna make it.
Right. So that's what I wanted to get into. All right. Milani said, in today's marriages, their husbands are their partners. Mine won't be. Hank, are you a partner or are you a husband?
No, a partner is a gay couple. So no, I'm not. We come from that era. I don't understand that partner. We're not partners. I mean, there's nothing equal about us. Nothing the same. We don't operate the same. Expectations about us are not the same.
Mm-hmm.
We don't we handle issues differently. So where's the partnership at? Where there's nothing. But now if it was a man on man, they equal. They just saying a woman on woman. They just saying. But back in the day, that's what we used to call them, lifetime partners, because they didn't recognize I was honored as married. They call them lifetime partners. That's what they still are to me. So, but when I have couples talking about my partner, I say, "Oh, you're lesbian? Okay, congratulations." "No, I got a husband." "Oh, you don't. You got a lesbian. You got a lesbian relationship because he act like he a woman if he let you call him a partner."
Exactly. So Hank, let's go into this evaluating friends, because most people may, if we're thinking right, most people may say that you are being controlling. So can you explain to us, so that people in the back can hear you, what do you mean when you say I'm evaluating her friends and some of them not gonna make it?
All right. Can you hear me? I don't know if I muted myself again or not.
No,
you hear me?
You good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Evaluating friends, man. Look, that's something you have to do. Because if your wife got some trifling friends, family is nothing we can do about it, right? There's nothing we can do about it. We gotta love them some bitches from a distance. But the friends, they can come and go, and we can eliminate those. Yeah, you have to evaluate friends. You have to eliminate the ones who's going to be a negative and bad influence on your wife or on your girlfriend or on your lady at the time. The ones that that was having a hangout at 10 or 12 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? They calling you up late at night for some drama. Not because they got issues or not because they need your help, because they just want to gossip. Yeah, no, we not doing it. They're going to influence her to do things that like a single woman would. Man, she's married. She's in a relationship. Why are you trying to get her to hang out with you all nights and hang and go on these girls? No, she got a whole husband at home. Now, if you want to do it, you go find one of the other single ass tackheads to deal with. You know what I'm saying? If she's acting like the common day hoe out there in them streets, she can't be around. Now, you won't call it controlling if you want to. I'm calling it protecting my wife and our sanctuary. I'm talking about protecting our marriage, protecting us as a whole. I'm protecting her from losing me. That's what I'm doing. Because if you want to go out here and move and operate like your single girlfriends, then I need to give you back to the streets and let the streets to have you again. Because you don't want to be with a man like me. Because you wouldn't be doing these things. You wouldn't be operating and moving like that. So yeah, you got friends definitely got to get evaluated. I told my wife, you don't need to be hanging around her. She don't mean no good to you. But she married. I don't give a shit. Even the married heifers don't know how to act sometimes. They got to go.
So you've already had this. How long have you been married, Hank, now?
Since August of 2024. But I had this conversation early. This is
right.
Look,
so you're going through the evaluation period now?
Yes. These are part of the tough questions and tough conversations that you should have with your significant other, your spouse, your future spouse. You got to have them and accept and deal with the answers as they come, and be willing to talk about it. Make sense of it. You know, because they don't want to know why. You got to give them that good explanation. You can't come up just because I said so. That's what you tell your ragged ass kids. You ain't gonna be able to tell another adult that just because I said so. That's that bullshit. No, you got to explain why you feel like she can't no longer be your friend. I don't need to hang around her. I don't need to have no dealings with her, or you just need to cut her off. Because the way she's moving, the way she's operating, I don't think she's in the best interest of us. She's not looking out for your best interest, and your best interest is your husband. And she doesn't care about that. She cares about her own self-gratification and pleasure. We don't need that. So she got to go.
Wow. So let me go back through this because I know some women may be watching. Okay. He says not controlling, it's him protecting what's his. Because when he blessed her with his last name, she's his. And from a biblical perspective, it says that she belongs to him. She no longer belongs to herself, but she belongs to her husband. And so a lot of women would say that's controlling. I agree with him. I think that you should evaluate your wife's friends because you could see things in those friends that she can't see. And she can be blinded and delusional by those friends as well. I also agree with Hank when he said that he will no longer be married if he asks his wife for her phone and she denies him access to anything that's hers, whether it's money. Hank, stop me if I'm wrong. Whether it's money, whether it's phones, tablets, emails, text messages, it doesn't matter. Hank believes if he wants to go through the damn messages, he can do that because you're his wife. Am I right, Hank? Yes or no?
Yeah. There's no doors. There's no covering. There's no nothing that cannot be uncovered, open, or have access to. Look, BMU, she has that same access. Baby, can I see your phone? There you go. Let me open it for you. I give my thumbprint. She do what she want with it. I don't care. I ain't got nothing to hide. What I got nothing to hide. We on the same account. She can go and look at every text message I can receive. Every phone calls that I made, she can look at that up by looking up the bill. I don't care. He ain't doing nothing ain't supposed to be doing. So if I'm willing to give you that access, best believe you better be willing to give me that same access. And we not just talking about just phones. I'm talking about money, anything. It doesn't matter.
But that's my bonus, Hank. I work hard for that.
No, it's our bonus. Shit, you see my last name on that goddamn check, don't you? Part of that blessing is put my last name on you. It means everything.
But Hank, I go to work every day.
I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations. We all gonna eat. Shit, we all eating. You ain't just gonna eat on this goddamn money. We all eating. We gonna eat together in the name of love.
I think I love the way you talk.
Her money, black man. I don't believe in her money. Ain't nothing. Her money. That's our money.
And you should be able to do whatever you want to do with the monies, right?
That's it. Look, if there's a decision to be made, we come together. We have a family meeting, a major purchase. We talk about it. She has access to a credit card. If she want to go buy something, don't want me to know that she's getting me a gift or something, she can use a credit card. And guess where that money gonna come out of? That one pot they're gonna pay for everything. Doesn't matter. Some people like, well, you buy your own gift. I don't give a shit. So be it.
So I'm
paying for my own gift. I'll pay for my own gift. I don't mind.
So what you're saying is a husband is not a husband if he does not have authority and access to everything that's going on with his wife, whether it's money, friends, phones, everything.
Just like she has access to me. Everything. She got all the passwords. Nothing. Everything. Life insurance. She knows where everything is. She knows where the bodies is. Now there's one.
So hold on. So that's one last thing I want to get into with you, Hank. Then I'll move on to the other guys. So when you say the bodies, so basically you want to know her past too.
I know it.
Damn, Hank, how did you get that out of her? Most women would say, I had a little, something going on back then. I don't want to talk about it.
Look here, man. Ask them how many boyfriends they have, and just assume they slept with every last one of them. Just do it. I don't go for that shit. Oh, what? I didn't sleep with him. We had no sex. We just went out on one date. I assume you slept with him. So I count that as a body. You can lie to me and say, no. Bullshit. He knocked them boots. But she just volunteered and told me. She just volunteered and told me. I didn't have to. Now she asked me, I said, look, I don't know the exact number. I could give you a roundabout, but that could be way off. But I'll try. And she just asked me. Now there's one body she will never know about, though. Believe you. Because she keeps asking me about this one girl that I slept with at college that I don't tell her that. She knows is one of the chicks at school, but it was one of those bad drought nights. You know them droughts. You ain't had none. I got on campus in July. I've been up there since July all the way up to September. And wasn't no motion, as the young folks say. Didn't get no motion during that time. I was desperate. Football camp was over with. We could relax and link up with some ladies. It wasn't happening for Hank at the time because I didn't know nobody. But there was always that campus hoe that come through that you hated to tell people that you slept with. She don't know the girl's name, but she know it was one. I'm not. Look, I'll find out. Hank, look at she's silly. I know that's right.
All right, man. So I'm gonna get over here to my brother R. Payne. R. Payne, you may have a difference of opinion. You've been married for a very, very long time. R. Payne, do you have access to your wife's phone and go in it and look at her messages and tell her who her friends can be or who her friends can't be? You're muted.
Yeah, hello, gentlemen. How you guys doing, man?
What's up, man?
I tell you what, everything that Hank said is like 100%. It's 100% true. But here's what I think that people are missing. When people say that you can't do this shit in the modern era, he got married this year. When people say there ain't no women like that you can marry and cleave to, it's bullshit. He did that shit this year.
What you is? You're not millennial. You're Gen X, right? What do you
Look,
think?
I'm born in 75, so whatever that is.
That's an X.
Yeah, he's Gen X.
So the point I'm trying to make is everything he just said is true. I mean, it's what you're looking for. Not only do I have access to everything my wife does, she has access to everything I do, but I pay the bill. I can look up every number she's ever called.
But I'm saying, but if you want to go through her phone and look at her messages.
First of all, I have a password, but I don't need to. As the owner of the phone, I can go into, and look at all the calls from just logging into my telephone account.
But what about text messages?
I think everything is available. The answer is yes, but I don't. I have access to everything. I have access to everything.
So you and Hank are similar in your marriages?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but you know, it's funny. It's like almost an unwritten rule. She has access to all my shit too. Like I said, we get together every quarter. I go over everything I have. I even have shit in my account that I have her with the number that she needs to call. If I croak out, you call this number, and you know the survivor benefit that's set up. You know is that you can go ahead and get that shit activated without missing a beat. Just have to get a death certificate. So the fact is, there ain't no secrets in from the financial standpoint at all. All the rest of this stuff, as far as I'm concerned, there's no secrets that I'm worried about. You know, she don't. I know her circle of friends. We're older too. You know, her friends are older ladies and shit like that, and you know, church groups and stuff like
But
that.
could you go in and tell your wife you're done with that lady right there? Don't talk to her no more.
Yeah, I could, but I'm glad I don't have to.
You think she would? Do you think she would stop talking to her?
I'm sure she would. If I had a great enough, first of all, she wouldn't get into a relationship with somebody who would have to do that with.
So should your wife have single friends? And that's another question.
Well, you know what? The unfortunate thing is that at our age, she's got a lot of, whether the women are widowers or never been married, they're all the old church ladies. She don't got no young, nasty old friends. None. Right? You know, she's in her 60s now, man. You know, she ain't hanging out with a couple of girls. Hey, let's go get freaky this Friday and all that shit. Right? And she never had through our whole relationship. All her friends were more like grounded. You know, so her best friend we're all family friends. I know her husband, her best friend's husband, and we hang out every so often. She knows all my friends. You know, they're a little bit older. You know, I got some younger people that we hang out with. You know, but it's mostly family. I don't have those worries. None. I don't have those worries. So it's great. So Hank, you know, he laid it all out there. You know, it's true. And I don't think it's that hard to do if you're hooking up with intentional people. I think one of the mistakes we make is that people try to get together with folks who are not intentional. And you know, it's funny, it's one of the things I'm gonna do for our Monday show, talking about, you know, intentional courting for marriage. I think we complicate shit too much. I mean, the eliminators are right there. But the only problem with men is that when they get a woman on a hook, she might not want to be married to you, but they can't let go. If they got a woman on the hook, they're going to at least smash. And sometimes you got to say, you know what, I'm going to forego smashing this chick while I'm looking for somebody I want to marry. And a lot of men won't do that. A lot of men won't do it.
Coach Ferg, is your house ran the way Kink and Art Payne's house is ran?
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing on this?
What's up, Coach?
Before I answer, I just want to say salute to the married man, for real. Salute to it. And you know, hey, again, what the brothers are saying is 100% what I believe in. And I'll just use this behind me. Who, what, where, when, why, and how, and what. That's how I've always operated dealing with women. I've never gone through a woman's phone. I've never, I've never really had that experience. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to answer sometimes when it came to women because I moved in my own purpose. Women ain't never gone through my phone. Now that I've been married, I'm like, I pay. Everything is broken down already. So, you know, if something happened to me, everything's good, covered. Something happened to my wife, I'm going to get me a van and I'm going to hit everybody's spot up. I'm going to be out here just living life free, you know. I'm going to be single forever and date all the women in y'all city. As an old gray beard man. But, yeah, I ain't, what they saying, man, you know, it when it comes to the business of marriage, and if you open and honest about it, it just blesses you beyond your imagination. And, you know, if you've never been married, cool. But if you do, make sure you and that woman see eye to eye from day one. And have those discussions when she's cooking you dinner. You know what I'm saying? When she's cooking you dinner, she cooked you dinner, you had those real man discussions with a woman early. And once y'all get married, you know, you gonna know if you find an attractive woman, expect that she's done had sex, like he said. Expect that. Stop playing. Just make sure you put your mark on her and make it your fit. And if she's willing to be 100%, it's hard, fellas. You know, it's just like traveling through the Bible. It's difficult situations throughout that book, through life. And it's the woman that is worth marrying. She's one of millions. It ain't gonna come. So if you want that, just understand that you know, once you get married, ain't no partner. And you know, the kids can be partners if you have some little slow kids. They can be your partners in the little business, but make their ass do all the work. But the access is 100% because the only person lock a door in my house is me. I lock, unlock, you know, put the fence. I do everything. My wife cooks, cleans, you know, go out. We have great times together, man, sitting around. And yeah, you got to be open and honest, man. Ain't no secrets. Can't nothing hide in my house at all. Nothing. So yeah, salute to the married people, man, to understand that shit. And if you ain't married, it might work out for you. You know, don't go by other people's experience. Experience it for yourself. At least you can say you tried. So salute, man. 2025, we here.
Hey, man, before you go, Frank, I just want to hit on something I forgot. The partner thing. Man, it's one of my biggest pet peeves. I know women say that shit all the time, but I really hate it when I hear a man say that shit. Right? I mean, every time I get on one of these panels and I hear a woman say that, I challenge them. I said, well, you know, when you say partner, I mean, are you looking for a husband or what are you looking for? Business arrangement? What are you looking for? Because just like what you said, Hank, it was either you or PMU. I had a cousin. She told me she had a partner. And I looked at her. I just met her because she was one of the distant cousins. She sat down with me and my wife. She said, well, me and my partner did this. I looked at her right away. I just met her. I said, oh, you're a lesbian? And she just started laughing. She said, no, I got a boyfriend. I said, does he know you call him a partner? I mean, do you know? I mean, because I think a lot of men miss the fact that when women call you a partner, they mean that shit. They don't mean husband. They ain't looking at you as a life mate. They're looking at you as somebody that they can access your resources and share them. You know, and even if they don't say it, but that's what they mean by partner. I think a lot of men miss that shit. My wife will never, ever introduce me to somebody as her partner, ever. She calls me husband all the time. Matter of fact, I can't remember last time she called me by my name. She just calls me husband. I'm done. What's going on, Frank?
What's good, fellas? What's good, man? Nah, I mean y'all dropped a lot of gems, and you know what I'm saying, I'm definitely taking what y'all had to say in. I think that the most important part of what a lot of y'all are saying is just being transparent. You know what I'm saying? I think when you're honest, you don't have to. I'm not saying that you know you can control what the other person do or not, or you know what I'm saying. You can control what you can control and what you can do in a situation. But when you open, honest, and transparent with that, you know, with the person that you're with, your woman, you know, your boo, your sweet lady, whatever the case, man. Like if you're open, honest, and transparent with her, y'all have an understanding of what, you know, the way that y'all want y'all relationship to go. Cause everything ain't gonna work for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, it's definitely not a one size fits all. You know, there's marriages that work where people don't even stay in the same house or stay, you know, in the same room, and they're happily married. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man, definitely I don't like the partner word. That's just something that I despise. You know what I'm saying? And it never really dawned on me until I dated a woman, or you know, was with a woman who said partner. And I used to tell her all the time, like I used to tell her like, yo, like, you know, that's what the, you know, the LBGT people call each other. You know what I mean? And I think one time I seen Hank on a you know, on another network, man, and he had said that. And I was like, damn, like, okay, so the older brothers, you know what I'm saying? Like, he may be a little bit older than me, but like, yeah, like, so they feel the same way too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I that's just something that I really I think that's just a modern thing though. Like people just start saying partner, partner, partner. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather you never call my name and call me baby every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm okay with that rather than you calling me your partner. Call me like shit. Tell him that's my man right there. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Cause yeah, it's just the way it is, man. And as far as the phone thing goes, I ain't never been through nobody phone a day in my life, man. That's just not something that I want to do. You know, it's just I don't feel like that's not something that I need to do. But yeah, and I feel like that. I don't know, man. It is cool. I think the being open in a person, like it's one thing if you go to open the phone or you like, you know, you like here, and then she like, oh, get, you know, grabbing for that shit all quick. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna let you know right there that she got something to hide, right? It would be the same with you. Like if you was just like, damn, I
Yeah, you froze up a little
Yeah,
bit.
that cricket wireless a motherfucker. Oh, there you go.
I don't know what that is, man, but nah, but yeah, it's just the same, man. So yeah, I just think that
Hey, the audio is much better, man. You don't have that skipping.
oh yeah, I plugged it into the modem, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But yeah, man, I landed there.
All right. So, Frank, I didn't hear what you were saying because I had to walk out for a second. But so you were saying that you're on the same page as the other guys as far as you have full control at your house over your wife's phone.
I mean, I'm not married. I'm not married yet. So but yeah, when I when I do get married and then yeah, it definitely will be like that in the crib for sure.
Okay. So you're not married yet.
No, not yet. That's
Okay.
why
Okay.
I'm like, yo, I want to hear what the brothers who have experience in this room what they got to say first. You know what I mean? But yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. Well,
if you can check in Monday, man, I'm gonna be talking about that.
I mean, I'll check in, man.
yeah, because but the thing is, and this is no offense to anybody on the panel, because I want us to have a conversation amongst men. When you say control over everything, and like I said, this is no shot at anybody. This is just a general conversation. Does that mean the church your wife go to? Does that mean the church group she may be in? Does that mean what she can and can't do for the church? Does that mean politics? Do you choose who she vote for? Does that mean those things? Like what it does that? I'm gonna start with you first, Hank. Does it extend to that?
I mean, the politics things we both talk about, we both agreed on, we both voted for Trump. That wasn't an issue for us. As far as anything else, if we're gonna spend money on whatever we're gonna spend on, whether it's tithe and anything, of course we're gonna agree on what we decide on how much we're gonna give. That's a must. That's a conversation we gotta have. Anytime we spend money, we agreed on whatever we're gonna agree on, especially if it's a major purchase. So if we giving 10% of our salary, that's gonna consider a major purchase. So now we got to do, have a conversation. Are we gonna give the full 10%? Are we gonna give the generic $20? You know what I'm saying? Drop the $20 in the offering plate and keep it moving. But it's a conversation that this had, so it is what it is. That's like we rented in order to go get her kids from to meet her ex-husband in Arkansas. We rented a minivan. She talking about her next vehicle wants to be a minivan. I said, well, maybe why you really want a minivan? The kids are damn near, most of the kids are grown. They're gonna be moving on. What you want a minivan for? Just to be having it? I said, all right, that's fine. If that's what you want, that's what you can get. But we're gonna ride this with your vehicle right now till the wheels fall off. Yeah, I don't believe getting something new just to say we getting it. What for? There's no need for it. I don't believe in car payments. I can't stand car payments. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I can't say payments on anything. You know, only thing I'm gonna have payment on is house payment. Other than that, that's it. You're not gonna be doing all this. Get the newest great, latest great. We don't do it with the phones. We don't do it with nothing else. We do what we got to do. I don't believe in living above my means. So that's why I had to make sure I got a woman who's not materialistic, because she satisfies what I'm looking for in an individual as myself. I'm not a materialistic dude. I can go out here and splurge if I want to. It's not like I can't afford. I just choose not to. I invest my money into my home and in other assets that I could get some type of kickback on. I can make some type of profit or money off of. I can't make money off of buying minivans and buying the latest phone. I know my man Fur, he got the iPhone 16. I say, screw it. I don't need it. As long as that thing could dial them 7 digits I need to dial, I got access to some type of internet, I'm good. You on mute, bro. You on mute.
Oh yeah. So all right. So hey, I want to say this because there'll be a lot of pushback on what Hink said, Arpain agreeing with Hink, Coach Berg agreeing with Arpain and Hink, and Frank listening to Arpain, Hink, and Coach Berg as well. Because women would say today, Hink, you're controlling. Arpain, you're controlling. Coach Berg, you right in there with them. You're controlling. Frank, they're teaching you to be controlling. What do you say to those women who say that man with that beard is controlling?
I say you're not blessed because you don't have a man like me in your life. And that's why your life is fucked up and running amok. That's why you're dealing with what you're dealing with now, because you don't have a man like you. Need a man like a Hink in your life. Ladies, let me speak to you directly. Y'all need a man like me. Because if you had a man like me, you wouldn't be dealing with half the shit you're dealing with now. You wouldn't be having this baby daddy trauma and all that. You wouldn't. Because he the one be getting that shit in order. He wouldn't be talking, hand me the phone, let me talk to him. We're going to talk man to man. We're going to figure this thing out. You talk, y'all going to be fighting for us. I got to hear you cussing, act the fool. No, bullshit. Let me talk to him. You need that. That structure, that guidance, that security. You need a man like him. But you don't have a him. You got others. And that's why you dealing with what you dealing with. That's why you complaining everybody. Ain't no good man out there because you don't have a hink in your goddamn life. If you did, you wouldn't be making that statement. You call it controlling. No, it's not controlling. It's looking out for your best interests. And it's putting your best interests at heart. And that's why you be well taken care of, well secure, well looked after. No worries in the world. You be enjoying life to the fullest.
Facts.
Yeah, it's funny though, man, because I told my wife that though. A while ago, I said, listen, number one reason why you need me, because I'm the order to your chaos and shit. I said, if it wasn't for me, your life would be all over the goddamn place. All right. So, sometimes they just need to hear it. And I said it wasn't a bad thing. I just say, listen, all of the choices that we make, that put us on the track where we are, and whether she would have been, it was women's nature to just be emotionally driven. And that's why you need a guy around. I told my daughters that they're not married. I said, listen, as long as you guys are not married, I'm going to be the order to your chaos and shit. I don't care whether you stay. My youngest daughter stays with me. My oldest one, she was, 29. She moved out. I say, but as long as you're not married, I'm still the guy covering you. So I'm not going to call you every day, ask you where you are. But if you go out of town, you better let me know where you're going. If you're doing anything like that, I need to know how to reach you. Right. So it's funny because, anytime anything goes wrong, guess who she called? Me. And I when I have those conversations with her, I said, that's why you need, I mean, I can't force her. She lives in this society. She's got to find the right man. I said, but part of as long as you don't have a guy covering you, it's still me. It's still me. They understand that. So there you have it. So men are actually women's order to their chaos. I mean, I give Crimson Cure a lot of credit for putting that in sometimes in her conversations. She's talked about that in her cultural, environmental, and societal kind of things she talks about. So, but it's true. Her value system that she talks about from time to time. So anyway, yeah, that's it. I'm not going to be long-winded about that.
All right, Coach Ferg, you controlling beige honey badger bastard. What do you say?
Yeah, I make y'all nervous when I walk in the room, man. I make them nervous. That's okay though. But again, man, we can talk about this, man, for 2 weeks straight, and I think we'll all agree to some extent based off our experience. But I know, how I've, sort of had a little balance to myself throughout my life and the women that I've dated. And with my wife, man, she don't do too much. She don't have to do too much at all. I don't know. I disagree. They need me. We gonna be the both of them. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I got it move a certain way. I don't know. You're gonna, if you move righteous, I'll say this: if you move righteous, and you got a woman that's willing to listen and just understand that you are her covering, man, it's beyond explanation for real sometimes. Because I'm 56 years old, man, and I feel like, life is just getting better for me right now. I can see the change around me. I hope brothers and sisters get to experience life to the fullest, to some capacity. You know what I'm saying? But, no hyphen. I have rules. And, yeah, man, my wife don't do too much, man. She's sitting over her. I cut my wife's toenail sometime, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, ain't nothing in my house falling apart. I'm putting it together. She does so much, man. Yeah, man. She makes me soup when I'm sick, man. She rubs my back, man.
Hey, man, I rub my wife's feet too, man.
Man, listen, my wife got some pretty feet, man. She got some nice woman foots. I done had some women had some feet look like camels. But I'm good, man. I'm right now, man. I'm good, man.
Hey, let me ask one thing on the controlling Ferg, if you ain't finished. Listen, if you're not married and you find a woman who pushes back against your covering when you're trying to vet her for marriage and she calls you controlling, that's a red flag. When you got to be looking for discriminators just to eliminate the chick from your roster, your list. If if you're trying to vet her for marriage and she thinks every time you tell her something and you're right about it, and she gives you pushback, you need to listen to that. And say, okay, maybe you're not the one, because that's just not going to change, especially if she's older. She's going to always push back to your authority in terms of if she thinks you tell her anything and she said, well, you're a little bit too controlling for me. Well, all right, you can go your own way. You're 95 years old and you're still single, and you just ask yourself why. So that's just something to think about. So these things that you don't like about a woman, those become your vetting tool, especially if you're considering marriage intentional. If you can't live with it, don't try to force that shit.
BMU, I have a question for you. Based off of this scenario, do you think it's women sort of your age and younger, majority of those women, or, just...
They're not putting up with it. They're not putting up with it.
Okay, yeah.
They're not putting up with it. The shit y'all talking about right now, they're going to say, fuck you. And I'm speaking, y'all speaking on the Gen X's, right? You're Gen X, R-Pain, you're boomer.
Yeah.
But for you Gen X, so y'all speaking from two different generations. I think Frank is probably with me, millennial.
Yeah, he's a millennial.
But the millennial women, those Gen X women, of course, right? Those boomer women, of course. But these millennials, oh hell no. Man, what? Who? What? Can't talk to him. You got me fucked up, nigga. My daddy dead. Fuck you think this is, nigga? My dad is dead.
But BMU,
you think you can go through my phone? Man, fuck you. You're not going through my fucking phone. You crazy?
What's your wife, BMU? She's a millennial, right?
Yes, we're both millennials.
Okay, so there are some. I don't think she's telling you. Fuck
one
you.
out of it. Hey, listen, we could talk about one out of a million.
Well, hold on for a second. I know it's. I don't want to say it's rare. I know it's not a lot. I know it might not be the majority, but there's still a couple of stragglers out there who actually will listen to that, even in the millennials, even in the Z's, believe it or not.
In order to have,
I know, but you got to cherry pick them. You got to cherry pick.
But in order to build something beautiful, you must have multiple hands to do it. And when you have stragglers, I don't think 3 good women could build a pyramid. It's going to take about 1 million of them.
But you only want one.
And let me tell you what happened to my brother. Shout out to my brother. If he watching, he probably gonna want a fist fight, and we just have to tear the house up. But my brother has a very abusive woman, verbally abusive woman. He talked to him like he ain't shit. And I told him, I said, you gotta man the motherfucker up and check her ass even fucking immediately. Because if you don't check her ass, you're gonna continue. I mean, one day he pissed her off so bad she threw the dog at him. Listen to me. I'm trying to tell y'all what it is. She picked the dog up and threw the dog in.
That must be a small ass dog, man.
Yeah, it's a small dog.
Fight on you, stand a chance.
Yeah, fight on you. It was a Yorkie. Threw the dog and hit him in the head with it. So my thing is,
he didn't even call Peter.
And every time I talk to him about it, he get Travis Hundonitis. You know, I say, man, you need to start something. I talk to you like that. I said, man, I've been hearing a lot of things about you, brother. What you going? Oh, man, we good, man. Everything good. I said, you don't think you can do better? I said, I've seen her. You can do better.
And his wife? You said his
Hey,
wife?
some brothers
No,
don't.
they
some
date,
brothers don't
nigga.
feel like
I
that.
told him, bro, you married to my man. We're going to get married one day. I said, you marry her, don't call me. I ain't coming.
Hey,
Man,
hey.
facts.
Some
brothers love that.
Because as soon as the pastor say, is there anyone here who objects before these two are joined? I'm going to say, me, motherfucker. I'm going to say it, man. Listen, my brother's not finna marry this verbally abusive woman that call him names every day. Now I think she's trying to square up with him. My brother's 6'3", 225, and acting like a bitch. And I told him, bro, you out there hitting people on the field. He played baseball. He played football. You know what I'm saying? Now he in Grambling band. Bro, you got the man. Nigga, anybody come bump into you right now, you ready to fight. You gonna let this little old girl? Boy, I told him, man, you about to man up. I don't know what else to tell him. Bro, you about to man, get her ass. Get her ass. I don't know.
He might need some mentoring, a little bit of counseling outside of you, man.
Yeah.
Because your passion
He might need to come to the basement.
Ain't no pussy that good. I don't care. I told him that. I don't care. Ain't no pussy that good, boy.
Hey, I got a whole couch out there. Me, he might need to sit down and have a conversation.
He needs some conversations, man. Outside of you, though, for real.
Hey, listen, bro. Conversation not gonna help. Conversation not gonna help that brother, man. He gonna have to go through it.
Oh, that's the worst shit I ever heard in my life.
No, but no. I'm saying, no. Listen, no, I know. Exactly.
Yeah,
and
she laid hands on him. He's going through it.
Listen, and he's still there. And you're his brother telling him this, looking out for him. He know you got his best interests at heart. And guess what? You feel me? Some people would rather just go through the shit. And that's the whole Travis Hunter thing. He'd rather just go through it than to take heed to what the advice that people are giving him because they can see what he can't see. And sometimes it might just be this is the best woman that, as far as looking and giving you that attention, giving you the love, right? As far as just giving you something that you never had before. But now on the other side of that shit, she giving you the worst thing possible. You know what I'm saying? And other people can see it, but you like this. Shit, you got them racehorse visors on, and you can't see shit else.
I'm trying to help him.
And it's not gonna exactly, and it's not gonna stop until one day he go through it, and he in that motherfucking jail cell because she called the cops and said, "Oh, he done something right." Now you gotta bail him out. He gonna be calling you to bail him out, and then guess what? Then he gonna be like, I see what you were saying.
Yeah, I got another brother like that too. Well, I ain't got another brother like that now. He's been delivered. But my brother under me, he said, well, I witnessed it. They came to Dallas. They wanted to go to a game, so we went to a college game. And the whole time she was there. At the time, my wife was pregnant. So my wife was the baby was coming in like a couple of weeks. So she was like, I'm gonna walk. It'll make me feel better. I said, okay, we can walk. I said, we gotta be safe. And we get out there. She talking about, my wife said, oh, I'm cramping real bad. I need to go home. I said, okay, baby, we're gonna get you home. What we leaving for? Just because she heard nothing don't mean a motherfucking thing. We can stay at the game. We gotta leave because she leave. And I just looked at my brother because I always give him the opportunity to check them hoes first before I check them. So I looked over at my brother. And he gonna put his head down. I said, okay, well, I guess you give me permission to check this hoe. So the next time she say something, I'm gonna check her. So she's in the back, and then we get in the car. So I told my wife that she wanted to get me higher up, so she rode with her friend in their SUV, and I rode in. I took her car, and because she didn't want to sit low, and so she in the back seat of the car. My brother, she back there. I don't give a fuck. I ain't come way down here to be not doing nothing and blah blah blah. I say strike two. I'm just looking at my brother, like you ain't gonna say nothing, okay? And I got to the point she was talking to my brother so bad, bro. I got to the point, I turned around and said, bitch, get out my car. I pulled over. I said, get out my car right now. My brother said, oh, man, it ain't necessary. I said, man, shut the fuck up. Because you had an opportunity. I gave you two. I said, get out my car. She said, I said, you either get out or I'm going to come get you out. I said, hold on a minute. She going to get out the car. I drove off and left her there. The fuck? I left her at the stadium. Right there. Now, call you somebody to come pick you up. But my brother is not using my car to come get you. I'm going to drive him all the way back out 45 minutes to my house, and y'all figure it out. But you're not riding in here today. Get the fuck out. So then I prayed for him, because I'm telling you, dog, I have zero tolerance for disrespect. So I prayed. I said, Lord, help me. So my brother said, I'm going to move down there. I said, Lord, have mercy. I said, okay, brother, anything I can do to help you? He said, me and Kim still together, though. I said, say what now? I said, hey, boy, she can't come live in my house. He said, man, please, she better. I said, all right. She get down here. She ain't working, sitting up. One day I went in, the bitch was cooking a family pack of chicken wings. I said, who them for? Oh, that's for me. I told my brother, I said, boy, she got to get up out of here. But anyway, so push come to shove. Let me tell you what happened to my brother. He woke up. One day, I'm looking on the cameras. I got my brother a job working with me. I'm looking on the cameras at the house watching him. Some nigga come walking through my door. I said, what the fuck? I said, Nick, come here, boy. Who the fuck is this? He said, I don't know. Let me ask her. She said, that's her cousin. I said, okay, let's go talk to cousin. Let's go. We're going to clock out. Let's go. We get to the house. He said, who is that? My cousin. Come to find out, not her cousin, some nigga in my house. I say, Nick, if you don't handle it, I'm going to handle it.
Hey, boy, you know that's that
old school shit. He walked in the room with her. And he said, what the fuck? I said, oh, man, I ain't like my brother. He a teddy bear. He's being delivered. My wife said, get in there. I said, I'm not. Handle your business, big little bro. Lock the door so nobody can come in there. And all I heard was, my wife said, get. I said, she ain't got nothing to do with me. When it was over, he come up out of there. I said, yeah. I said, I told you, you been delivered. He said, bitch, get your shit and get out of my brother's house. No. I said, oh, I like that. I like that, boy. I said, I'm so fucking proud of you. Her daddy came, picked up. He said, boy, y'all about to be glad I ain't 20 years younger. I'll beat both of y'all ass. I said, you better be glad you ain't 20 years young because you get your ass stomped out. So come get your baby. So he came picked up. My brother left. After that, man, my brother went back to Louisiana, hooked back up with
who? With her?
Yeah.
Oh,
damn shame.
So he hooked back up with her, bro. He still didn't learn. And after that, they stopped talking, period. Like, I don't know what happened. Something happened with my brother.
Halfway delivered.
Man,
and so
what
now,
Frank was talking about, man.
So now, my brother, shout out to my brother. I love my brother dearly. My brother found a woman. He got married. She's amazing. She was raised to be a wife. Thank God. And they have 2 beautiful children. They lost a kid and stillborn. And a stillborn, but they have 2 beautiful children. And shout out to him. He's living an amazing life right now. He has a great woman that builds with him, and they have a great, but he had to, but like going back to what Frank said, I said all that to say this. He had to learn the hard way. And I don't want my brother, my baby brother, to have to do the same thing. I see it all over, the writing on the wall. And my baby brother is not like my middle brother. He's not going to puff up. He just, you know, when it comes to women, he's subtle. When it comes to men, shit, you go push him right now. Shit, he'll square up with you right now if you're a man. But he's just so subtle when it comes to the women. Okay, he's just so passive. Okay, all right. Now, what? Dude, you're 6'3", 225. You don't think no woman gonna want no tall, dark, and handsome guy? I mean, and that's my question to y'all. I'm gonna ask y'all this, then we're gonna move on. Do you think some of these men stay with these women because you don't think they can find anything else better? Is that my brother's situation?
I do. I think men men generally have a scarcity mindset when it comes to women. I really do. I just think it's true.
Too many about it.
Until you go through it, like Frank was talking about, and you harden your heart just a little bit. You just don't, once you understand that, you just don't let anybody get to your heartstrings, because women have limited power over men. And the power, everybody knows where the power is. Everybody knows where the power is. And once you relinquish that shit, man, you're lost. You are lost. And it's unfortunate, there's a lot of men like that. That's where we get all these simps from. I mean, what the fuck, man? That's the woman's army right now, is the plethora of simps that's out there.
And it comes down to confidence too. Some guys have self-esteem issues about how they look, like skin complexion. A lot of men don't really talk about it, but it's there a lot internally because they don't feel confident. Have the confidence, even to get turned down. A lot of people hate rejection. They've been told that when you've been told and I always used to discover that when a child is being told that they less than all the time from a parent, and you bad, you this, you that, when they get blamed for a lot of stuff just because they're a child, and we know all children are rambunctious, but they develop low self-esteem early in life, and they don't like rejection. And we don't talk about those things a lot, but especially when a young man's 23, 24, there's nothing stopping him in the world. He can go anywhere in the world. He can go to every bar, every little joint. He can move around the world, right? But guys sort of stay subjugated to their neighborhoods. Today, more people are staying in the same neighborhood that's giving them trauma. You got to get away as a man, 3 or 4 hours away, even if it's for 2 or 3 years. Treat it like college, something. Give you a chance to get a little older, meet a new set of women, develop a little more confident. Expect rejection from a woman. Expect that, because all women don't like ugly, light-skinned dudes like me. So I just, but I had what I liked. She had to be aesthetically to what I like automatically. If she had that city girl look, I look at them, I say, oh, what's some nice yams? But I didn't talk to her. I speak. I didn't have to disrespect the woman. But yeah, you got to go through the fire, man.
Hey, Ferg, man. Hey, Coach Ferg, listen, man. And another thing too, I'm not gonna lie, y'all got y'all say y'all Gen Zs, right? Gen X's? What is it? Gen Z?
Gen X.
Gen X. Okay, my bad. So like, I'm gonna tell y'all got some good ones, man. because I done seen some ratchet ass Gen Xers too, man. Like the whole cousin thing. That's a bro. I'm 100%. That's a Gen X woman thing.
Yeah.
So his woman learned that from a Gen X woman. How many? Listen, I don't know about y'all. How many y'all friends, mama had an uncle that always came around that wasn't the uncle? Like, come, like this shit has been going on for a very long time, man. And I definitely seen that shit in the hood. I'm not that like that. That is just as soon as he said that, I was like, damn, bro, that's such a Gen X thing, bro. Like I seen the older women doing that. Oh, that's just my cousin, but y'all in the bedroom with the door locked. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's just my uncle. Like, oh, like, nah, I don't know this nigga. I ain't never seen that. His last name ain't Franklin.
Yeah, that happens.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, a lot of that behavior happens also with the classes, and the social classes of being African American too. People that live sort of within the poverty level, a lot of that behavior is normal.
It's class based.
It's normal.
Right.
So, even if you see it, but see, I grew up with women in the house, but if you grew up with women in the house, you got to use it to see how your family, if your immediate family move ratchet, you should expect most women to move that way. And you should, what I'm saying is you should be able to recognize it immediately when you see it outside.
Yeah,
and
that's
when you
the
see
thing.
it, you can't even pay attention to it. You have to dismiss it out of your life because you can't give a woman an advantage of your emotions. You'll crash out, and the crash out could be somebody not being here.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So it's mind over matter.
That's it. Hey, and the last thing is, man, that whole confidence thing, man. Back in the day, you used to go to the mall just to holler at girls.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You know how many times that you got told no during that day? You know what I'm saying? Or you go to the club and you be like, yo, whoever leave tonight with the most numbers, you know what I'm saying?
You're the man.
Drinks on, we got your drinks. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to learn what no was from the jump.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yo. Yeah, I can hear you.
You got a lag, man.
Yeah. Now
I'm gonna restart. Mine.
Just make sure everything's plugged in tight.
So, we still hear you though, brother. So what else you got on the docket, man? BMU. I mean, this is true, man. This is
on the phone, son.
Yeah, I was talking to my son, man.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, man, I think that y'all have some he going in and come back in.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Yeah, I think that y'all, man, listen, y'all gonna piss some women off with this conversation.
Well, not the right one. It's not the right one.
Arpain, Coach Ferg, y'all you old bastards. This is what they're gonna say. But like I told him, Hank, how do you feel about this? The millennial women, they not trying to hear that shit. I make my own money. I ain't sharing shit with you, nigga, whether we married or not. Fuck you. Mm-hmm.
I said that's fine. I'm not for you. I understand. I'm cool with that. Man, you ain't the last female that was made. I promise you not. And a stallion such as myself, I'm gonna come out on top. Please believe that.
I love it. I fucking love it. I mean, you're right. I think that the millennials and who's after us?
The Z's, right?
The Z's, yeah. I think the Z's and then the Alpha's punk ass is coming up. But the Z's, I think it's hard for the millennial men and the Z's to accept rejection. I think they hold on too long. I don't think they have the mindset like Arpain and what Hank just said. And Coach Berg, I'm not for you. And most men be like, shit, I got too much money tied to this hoe. Shit. I mean, just imagine a married man who is miserable right now. Think about it. He's a millennial or he's a Gen X, not a Gen X, but Z, and he's married. Say he's a Z, and he's married. Well, and that woman giving him hell every day. He know when he leave, She's gonna hit him for child support. He's gonna lose that savings account. He's gonna lose everything. What advice would you give to a man, Hank, who these younger boys like the Z's and the Alphas coming up, when they marry and when they actually get married, and the woman shows them all the promise in the world, and after year 2, she turned into that bitch? What do you say to him if he think he gonna lose his savings? He gonna get put on child support. He gonna get his ass ripped up financially. He gonna be broke, damn near out on the street. What do you say to those men?
Well, look, I mean, normally some of these traits and behaviors are shown prior to you saying I do.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I tell dudes all the time. I said, dude, just because she didn't do it to you don't mean she ain't gonna do it. If you watch her do it to her friends, family member, you know what I'm saying? The waiter at the restaurant, you watch her get disrespectful to her. Please, what makes you think you're not gonna bring that out of her? You don't take that goddamn trash out when she wants you to. It's gonna come out. So when it does come out, and when she does show up, you need to address it then. You can't laugh it off and think it's funny. Thought it was he ha. Well, you know, she ain't gonna do it to me. Bullshit. It's coming. If you don't address it, for sure, it's coming. Now, how you gonna handle it? Like you said, by then it's too late because you didn't already put a ring on the finger. You already got some time and years invested now. Now you got to have a pray and hope that somehow the Lord's gonna change your heart and change your ways. You're gonna have to have some stern conversations in order to make her think or have come to Jesus or something. That's the only thing gonna help her. Other than that, you in trouble.
Yep, ain't no way out of it, bro. You stuck.
No, I mean, I'm not a man who don't believe in divorce, so I wouldn't tell a man to go down that avenue. But if she decided to do it, ain't nothing you could do about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have to take your losses and move on. Just pray that you didn't get that far, too far in debt with the money. I mean, it's gonna cost you for a minute. But sometimes you can't put a price tag on your mental happiness. You can't. Cause she's gonna drive you to them goddamn padded rooms. That ain't enough money in the world gonna save you.
I agree with that, but listen, the real point really is that I don't want to be a blanket person. I think all the stuff that you have to do as a man looking for a wife is you got to really be intentional. And the very first time, see what I'm saying, even in a dating phase or the courtship phase, you can't be mincing words and shit like that. I think that's the problem. I think if you're looking for a wife, you got to be looking for a woman that wants to have a husband. And these women these days, they're not looking for husbands, right? So I think guys spend too much time trying to change these hoes into housewives.
They're looking for investors.
Right. Yeah. Well, no, what I'm saying is men spend a lot of time trying to change women into something they want as opposed to the way the women really are.
Yep.
And so they don't have the discriminators that they need to. Now, that's the stuff that you can learn from older people. If you can get one of these little young motherfuckers are not arrogant enough to say, well, that's not the way it is anymore. A woman is a woman is a woman. You want to get married, these are the things you should be looking for. I don't give a shit whether it's 1987 or 2024. You know what I'm saying? If a woman doesn't want to cleave to you in terms of a covenant marriage, that shit is timeless. That shit doesn't have any age on it. If she's not going to listen to your direction, it doesn't matter whether it was 1987 or 2024. If you can't live with that, she's not your material. And I think a lot of guys try to change these women into something. But here's another thing. Here's a kicker we got to be honest with. There's a lot of men who don't want to be married either. There's a lot of men out there who can't imagine only have one piece of ass for the rest of their life. I mean, we got to be honest with that. Right? So they're not ready for marriage. A lot of these guys ain't ready for marriage either. So this needs to be the information that women get from older women these days. They get it from somewhere. They tell them to be hoes. They're all 20s. They tell them to be hoes in their 20s. Women in all these panels, women say explore. Every time a woman tells another woman to explore in their 20s, that means suck as much dick as they can. right? That's what that means. I mean, we could talk all the euphemisms we want, but that's what that means. And for men, men should be judicious over their seed as well. But trauma doesn't work the same way with men as it does with women. So by the time a woman gets to 30 years old, she's lucky if she doesn't have 2 kids by 6 different men. So because she don't know who the fathers are. So the point really is, I'm just saying, so if you're a young man, a Z, and I'm gonna land it here. If you're a young man, a Z, or a millennial, the very first date, the very first time you see a girl that you're interested in, you should ask her, I'm intentional. I don't want another girlfriend. I'm intentional. I'm looking for something I can build into a marriage, something we could build together. And if she looks at you and says, I'm not looking for that, that's where it should end. But the guys usually say, okay, but maybe, you know what, maybe we won't get married, but I'm going to still try to get that piece of butt. And that's where they make a mistake, because they're going to spend resources, they're going to spend time, and instead of just moving on. And that's what they need to do.
What are you telling them?
Man, shit. I got a 21-year-old. His experiences are similar to mine. But one of the biggest things I'm telling him right now, because he makes about right now. He looked at his little W-2. He make about 44, 45 right now. So I'm just telling him, he loves to work out. He doesn't really have problems with females. I'm trying him to make sure he stay on this side of the female lane, though. He's already been expanding his options, but I'm trying to just stay to the melanated a little bit longer. Just hold on a little bit. I ain't saying
it's gonna be hard, boy.
But see, I'm also telling him he might have to expand outside the United States of America. You know what I'm saying? So he can get the full buffet of his choices. And, in the meantime, just, stay focused, don't have no children out of wedlock. Get his skill set. He's going to have to get a skill set. He's still trying to work. I'm like, you're going to have to figure that out, because a brother with a skill set that's working every day, stay in good shape, can do things for himself. The ladies, they lining up for you.
Not to marry you, though. But
some are. But see, here's the thing: the ones that are, if you standing out, the ones that are really to be married, they find you. You know what I'm saying? As far as a man, it ain't for the women. You ain't doing this for the women. You're doing this for the man. What I mean by that is you want to be able to compete with men from around the world, whether it's work ethic, whether it's strength, whether it's business, all of those things a brother can tap into. And the type of women that you're looking for as far as her behavior. Women talk a lot. They say a lot. If her behavior is not aligned with what she say, she doesn't show up when you say Friday at 6, Saturday at 3, that's not your woman. That's not your woman. You don't even, our Payne said it, be intentional. You don't even allow her to just dangle and do. If she's not aligning with you, then you don't have to waste time, brothers. You don't have to. You can cast your line 5,000 times, man. And but again, as long as you coming through the fire, when you're young in your 20s, you just got to go through that little fire. You know what I'm saying? Come out of it unscathed. Work. Start getting your skill set. Start gaining knowledge beyond, just the neighborhood, being able to, get in the computer, break it down, fix it, something, develop a skill trait. That'll change your life. And be intentional. Be intentional with what you're trying to do. So whether you're millennial, Gen Z, I get them mixed up, man. But, you just have to be focused on life outside of the neighborhood and the community and the women that you growing up with in high school. Y'all seen that? That's everybody that you know has probably talked about you and put you down. So take advantage of a new time. Go live the world and come back and tell the story. That's all I got.
Welcome, Mr. Bennett, to the show tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, guys. Good to see you.
Man, Mr. Bennett, have you been listening?
A little bit. Like I said, we had just gotten in from New York City not too long ago, so I know you guys.
How'd you guys enjoy it?
It was great. At first, it's weird. First time I've been to 30 Rock, and so saw the tree and everything with the girls and everything. So just checking off some experiences. You take for granted when things are that close to you. You think you're gonna get there, but you have to be intentional about some things. So it said, you know what, let's just get out and let's just do this thing. But it was great. Great.
How long did it take you to get there?
Oh, for us, probably about an hour. So I drive up to a neighboring Sea Caucus near me, and then we just take a train right into New York City, and then we take a subway over. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Oh, okay, not too bad.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to the show, man.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Bennett, I was talking to Hink earlier. You know, Hink is a very straightforward guy.
Yep.
He's a newlywed, got married in August. Hink said that he should have access to everything that belongs to his wife, her money, her time. He should be able to evaluate her friends to tell her who can be her friends, because who's good for her, who's not good for her. He knows everything in her email, her phone, her text messages, so on and so forth. And he said the same goes for him with her. Are you like that with your wife?
Pretty close. I mean, we don't do like monitoring everything. I don't, get all into her business and things like that, but I have access to it. She has access to my accounts, and we got everything in cloud, and she can access all my passwords, and I can access hers. We have access to all bank accounts. So we have it, but at the same time, I'm not lording over it. And certainly neither one of us. I mean, I think we try very hard. I was talking about this on Peter's show yesterday. We've always maintained short accounts with one another so that there's no hint of suspicion in terms of what goes on. So like if I meet somebody who I knew back in the day, a woman of some kind, first time I'm just gonna mention that as soon as I get home. Well, I ran to so and so. Or she used to tell me when she used to go to the gym, it's like, oh yeah, this guy tried to kick it to me at the gym or whatever. Because we never wanted anything to come up and say, hey, I saw your wife talking to this guy at the gym or something like that or whatever. So we've always kept, close accounts with one another, and we just haven't given either partner a reason to have to delve in. But as far as access to everything, yeah, absolutely. And to the degree that, I think it may prove valuable one day in case if one of us is not able to communicate. Like I told some brothers, like I asked some basic questions. You should know everything about your wife in terms of like, just for the mad guys, do you know your wife's blood type? You know what I mean? Do you know her social security number? Know it, not just look at it. Do you know her social security number? Do you know, just vital information that if there's a situation that comes up where she can't speak for herself, would you be able to provide that information? So I think part of marriage, I think for anyone, the man or the woman, your primary function in marriage is to know your spouse. Know as much as there is to be known. And so, I don't have, a lot of skeletons in my closet that haven't been shared at some point or time. And I don't worry about whether or not what she thinks about me or whatever. But it's like, look, we're pretty transparent with the information about one another and making sure we have access just in case that time. And we pray that it never happens where I may need access to some things, some codes, some accounts, some passwords, some whatever, and I can't get it. So, yeah, very much aligned in that regard. But again, am I like overseeing it? I'm overseeing what's in her checking account and this, that, and the third. No, we're not, I don't take it to that degree, but I've never been in a situation where I've had to. And, with her, I mean, she's, if anything's like over like $150, she's going to run it by me, even though it's like, I'm saying, look, you good. But, it's things like that where it's like I don't have to spend a lot of mental energy there, but if I needed to, I think I have access to most of what I need to know.
But baby, I can't let you I can't give you the code to my phone because there's things in my phone that me and my friends talk about call that I don't want you to see. So
I got the code. I got the facial recognition. I did that thing to her phone. I got, again, we don't have that type of relationship. She doesn't have those type of friends. In fact, she doesn't. Even when I met her, she didn't have her sister. She has like 4 sisters. So, I'm sorry, 3 sisters. So, those were mostly her friends kind of growing up. So it's not like she had this sister network that had to be protected or conversations that are going to be had that I'm not going to know about. If she's on the phone with a friend of hers that they've been kicking it for a couple hours or whatever, more times than not, she's going to tell me, what's up with so-and-so, and she'll give me the rundown of everything that's going on. I mean, it's, like I said, we don't have secrets like now. I will say that, there have been guys who have told me things in confidence to say, look, I need you to keep this to the vest. And I've told her sometimes where I might have said, look, he told me not to share the information, and I'm going to honor that. Now, she's come back and said, yeah, but I'm your wife. But again, there have been times where I've said, depending on the sensitivity of the matter, I respect the brother's wishes when it came to if he trusted in me enough to share that information. Will my wife, will it spill out from her? No, but I just wanted to assure him that, look, it stays with me. And it was under those circumstances where he was at a downtime in his life, and he felt there was some information that he needed to share with me. But that's, again, it's rare when that happens. But again, no secrets, very little, if any, things that are just not known. In fact, her, a lot of times I try to tell her stuff, and she's like, I don't need to know that. It's like, as long as you got it, I'm good. Like, I be trying to share information with her sometimes, and she's just like, look, I trust you. Just handle it and be done. So she don't even want to go down that rabbit hole a lot of times with me. But sometimes I'm, look, you need to know this. So then that's why I'm sharing it with you.
See that now, Mr. Bennett, from what you've been hearing and seeing around the world, I told them Gen Z and millennial women, your wife is what?
Oh, she's an Xer.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts about the millennials and Gen Z saying, you know what? Fuck Mr. Bennett, Hank, R. Payne, and Coach Bird. That's some bullshit.
I can to some degree, I can empathize with the sentiment, but that doesn't mean that it's like gravity, right? Gravity still works, whether you want to believe it or not. If you try it or if you misuse it, then you'll pay the consequences for it. I think what leads to ultimately to good relationships is still a lot of stuff that I talked about. So you can stay in those beliefs as long as you want to, and you can, have those feelings or whatnot, but you'll never get to what you want as long as you're carrying those things. Because again, the laws that govern healthy, in my view, healthy marriages, healthy relationships, they're still going to be there. And it's going to take both people in order to get to that point where, they're willing to trust in one another enough to let things, go the way they need to go. I remember when I initially came and I heard you guys talking about control or men being viewed as controlling. And I think there's some truth to that. I think, though, the number one thing about a controlling man, you don't have a right to control, though. I'll say this. You don't have a right to control unless you're in control of your own life. And I've seen, certainly with some of the Zers, I've seen some of these young guys who are not in control of their own lives. I've had recent conversations with my oldest daughter about a couple of guys she's been trying to see, I've been, kind of friends with. And I'm already told, it's like, look, they ain't it. Because for me, the floor, now again, I don't care about what your profession is. I don't care if you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, whatever. That doesn't mean anything to me. But at minimum, you should have control over your life. I think a man needs to be able to live independently, not have 5 roommates, to live independently, to pay your own bill, to pay your gas bill, to pay your, electric bill, cares for his own place. I think those are important things. So again, unless a man has that kind of self-control over his emotions, over his tongue. Some guys say too much. They're too foul. They just have no control over this. And so the conversation about control shouldn't even be occurring until you can demonstrate that you have control over your life and that you have the discipline. Never ask for anything from somebody that you're not willing to do yourself. And I've seen for a lot of these young guys, it's like, in fact, I was at Target earlier today and I just saw an observation. This car pulled up. It was a Beamer G-Wagon pulled up. And there was young people. They were definitely Zers, probably in their early 20s or whatever, maybe even late teens. The girl was driving it, so I knew it wasn't hers. And I look over to the seat and I saw the guy she was with, and I definitely knew it wasn't his. So it's like you're using your parents' car to drive this guy around, and just observing. I was just looking at the guy. I'm like, what do you got going on? Like I'm just looking at the kid. It's like, yeah, if this is who you think, your parents would be pleased with you being with someone like him or what have you, you need to level up a little bit, or he needs to level up, not necessarily for you, but he needs to have some standards for himself. So those are things that I look for certainly in individuals. If my daughters bring certain guys around, those are things that I'm looking for. Do you have a path? Do you have a vision? Not necessarily six figures and all this kind of stuff we're talking about, but again, you should have some self-control and mastery, some discipline over your life. So I think that's where I think a lot of conversation needs to start. I would never tell a woman to give control or authority to a man who's not in control of himself. And I think that, as far as, for these younger generations, I think that's part of the clash of the issues that are happening, is that I don't see neither one of them exercising a lot of self-discipline or self-control. And so I think on both of those fronts, I think they're failing each other.
So Brother Benny and Brother Payne, since both of y'all have daughters, and Brother Benny, you said a brother needs to have, sort of his home set up independently. And just based off comparison to you all's daughter's age, what would a man that age need to have? He's on his purpose. He's not out here just wilding out, but what does he need to still have his own place and his own, separation?
Not necessarily. Again, I would say this: the floor, like, I won't ask as many questions if you do have your own place. You know what I'm saying? You got your own place. You're making your own car payment. You're paying your own bills and whatnot. You have a steady income stream, whether it be through a job or self-employment or whatever it is. I'll have fewer questions. If you don't have that, let's just say, okay, yes, I'm living at home, but I'm paying, I don't know if you want to call it rent, or I'm paying this or whatever. But in talking to you, I see that you have a direction that I can see, okay, I see how that's coming together. You have dates upon things maybe being completed. Yeah, I mean, that would then quell some of my concerns. But if none of that's going on, if it's just, I'm just looking to get a job, I'm just looking to do this, maybe I may go back to school, maybe, if everything's in the maybe and hopefully and maybe in kind of space, I'm looking at you differently. I'm not saying you're a bad guy, but as far as the standard that I have for my daughters, yeah, I need to see a vision and plan, because they're certainly on their purpose in terms of what they want to do. And I don't want them being with anybody who would take them away from that purpose, or at least doesn't have a sense of purpose in order to understand what that takes for them to do the things that they're doing.
Right. So saying the man's in school, he's probably staying at home or whatever, but he's working part-time. He can't really pay bills and things like that.
Just don't move the goalposts. I mean, if he's I'm
just trying to get a better understanding, because my question is to you all: do you all have your daughters also assist in the household, responsibilities financially?
Yeah.
Listen. Listen. My daughters, when they got out of college, they moved back into my house. I mean, the preference was they wouldn't leave my house unless they were going to go to a house where they would get married. That's what I would have liked to see. That's what happened with my wife. But things don't. I mean, they still live in this world, right? If it's hard for people to find husbands and wives, it's true for them as well. But if my daughter had a guy, and the same kind of thing Mr. Bennett said, if he has a steady job and a plan for his future, and I'm not talking about just like flipping burger job, but if he was a graduate, I wouldn't mind if he was back home because his parents say, well, this is the way you can stack some bread. Stay with us until you have some direction, and he has a job and he has a future, he got plans, and all the rest of it is conversation. But if he's bouncing around from one burger flipping joint to another, I'm not for that.
So you would prefer that he have a career type job, like a certified job? Can he work?
Or like I said, on that path, he's getting his sort of.
If he's over 25, And the only reason why that was the same metric I was on. When I was 22, I knew exactly what I wanted to do.
But I'm paying young.
No, it has nothing to do with the time. I can't stand when people say that shit.
But we speaking in the time. A lot of brothers prefer not to go to college and train.
The yardstick is the yardstick is the yardstick. I mean, the framework for your life as a man is there.
No, I'm just trying to help other people, man.
If you ain't following that, what are you doing? Listen, the window for men is very short. If you're reaching 25, 28, 20, 30, and you still don't know your direction, the window's goddamn almost closed.
Okay. No,
you gotta have a plan for your life, man. And you don't have to have all kinds of mentors for that shit, man. There's all kinds of people around. The internet, we got more information available to us now than ever before. So what you ask a specific question on what you might want for your daughters, right? If a guy is just trudging through life and he don't have no plan, I don't care. He ain't for my kids. But there's still men out there who have a plan for their life. I just want to know what it is. And it matters how old you are. If you're 20, that's one thing. But if you're 28, that's another thing.
Correct. 100%.
I agree with both of y'all. I was just trying to line it out because there's going to be scenarios similar to what both of y'all are talking about, and there's going to be people who choose not to even go that route. So just trying to have a better understanding on how can they still manage to work together and create that, what we make.
Let me add this before you keep on. If he was a military, I'm going to say right now, I'm going to let it. If he was a military man, and he was in the military,
goddamn mic up, see.
Then I would, understand where you're coming. You don't have to have a professor. He's in the military. He's disciplined. He's got
give
some
that
shit
mic up,
going.
Payne.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Just trying to
give that mic up, Payne. Pass that mic.
I just want to get that up, man. Wait a minute. When you over here, man, riffing, nobody stops you, man. You know what I'm saying? But that's all right. I was landing it there. I just wanted to get that.
He has a question to you and Brother Bennett, but Brother Bennett ain't got to say nothing. You just all pain all day. Look here, man. Let me say this though, Ferg. Also, the young ladies got to have a plan too. Now they not gonna just sit around and just wait for the husband to come around and save them, because you sound like a goddamn Disney movie. Wait for the prince to come through to save them. That's not how this works. You got to have a plan too, and your plan is not going to sit here till your day you die, because you may not have the intentions for marriage. So now you just going to eat off of us? No, we're not going to do that. So I need to know your intentions. Do you want to have a husband? Do you want to get married? Do you want to create a family? And if that's what you want to do, I need to see you moving towards that and not sucking up all the resources. Because at the end of the day, me and your mama wants to eventually go off into our years, enjoy our grandkids whenever they, y'all come through, or you dropping by, we go have grandfather and grandkids day. We want to enjoy that too. But if it's not your plan and not to do, okay, now, baby, I'm gonna need for you to go and move out and do your own thing, because I want to put my resources to something else other than just taking care of you for the rest of your goddamn life. I love you. I always love you, and I'll be here for you if I can. But what I can't do is take care of you and your mama, two grown-ass women at the same time. Now, there's a cutoff time. And so we got to have a plan for you. So first things first, do you want to be married? Cool. Let's find that right husband for you. Have you been looking at some prospects? Have you been evaluating? And after you evaluate, you found out about them, send them to me. So now me and him will have a conversation. So I could either get the yay, he's a go, or he's a nay, he's a no-go. That's got to be a part of it. It can't just be sit out in the house and pray and hope that the Lord bless you one day. Without works, there's nothing's gonna happen. We can pray about it, but I need some action behind them prayers. It can't just be like that. So I would just sit there and tell my daughter, sit around, wait for that right princess to come by and scoop you up and take you away. That's not how it's gonna work. My son also had a plan too. My kids had a plan. And whatever that plan is, I'm gonna do what I can to help implement that plan. Let's get it going.
Hey, Ron Mack, what's going on?
What's up, my man?
What you got on it?
Hey man, I'm just here soaking up game, man. You're right, man. You gotta have a plan. Ain't nothing else. This is cut, dry, straight to the point.
Ron Mack,
you don't have a plan. You plan to fail.
You married Ron Mack, and the question of the night was, I may not even ask it right, but do you have 100% access to your wife, and does she have 100% access to you?
I can say yes, because we're talking about general access. But then I can also say no, because nobody has 100% access to you, but you.
Could you break that down right there? What do you mean by nobody has 100% access in a marriage? We're talking in a marriage.
Because to this day in your marriage, I'm pretty sure you still got something that you may need to continue to explain. Because, she may not understand it the way you do. You're still teaching. And learning, too. So, it's a constant. We don't know nothing.
To be specific, though, we're talking emails, bank accounts. And that's
the general stuff. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. My wife got all access to everything. Because if I'm gone, she got everything.
Yeah,
it's her. I know what she go. She know what to do with it. We got a game plan. There you go, plan.
Mm-hmm.
We got Anissa in the audience. I love Anissa. Anissa's in the audience, basically saying,
where you been, Anissa? Where you been?
Anissa, baby, if you're still there, I hadn't talked to you since in a minute, but she says things like this. Correct, you cannot lead me anywhere if you don't have your own life together. Isn't that what true leaders do? My thing is this. My grandmother said, baby, if you wait till you got your everything together to put something together, it'll never be together. Let me say it again. My grandma said, son, if you have to wait in life for everything to get better. Shit, I forgot how she said it now. Anyway, but anyway, she said the shit.
Let me say it like this. I can say it like this.
And I agree with her.
I want to just say, sometimes you're going to have to build a plane in the sky.
Agreed. Some men, when you get with them, like with my grandmother, she tells the stories when she got my grandfather, they didn't have anything. My grandmother said she was straightening women's hair for 25 cents a head and selling eggs out the chicken coop for 50 cents a dozen. And he was working in some field somewhere trying to make ends meet. He didn't have anything. And then he ended up getting a job working with the pipeline, and he was on that pipeline for 36 years. Yeah. And they didn't have any financial issues after. They bought land, they bought a home. He retired. She retired. She ended up getting a great job. And but she'll tell you when they first started, they had nothing.
BMU, ain't that what they call struggle love today?
Struggle love today. And women today say, to hell with their struggle love.
Yeah, but it's up to us to challenge them when they say that shit. Man, I'm on these panels. I say, what are you talking about? That's what builds the character in your relationship. You know, especially if you're going the same way. I mean, this whole waiting at the finish line, you know, by the time I get there, I'm not going to want your stink ass. I want to know what you have invested in, where we're going. I mean, you know, so yeah, that's struggle love. That's what they call it today. Struggle love is a big one. Partners is another one. The vernacular of a lot of ladies is just self-disqualifying. It really is. When we even have to challenge it when we hear it, you know.
But one of the things that bother me, Brother Payne, is what Anissa just said. Understand, if she has her stuff in order, the man must have his in order. See, what this breeds to me is that a woman who is independent, she's gotten to a certain status in her life, and the man must also meet that status, or he doesn't meet the criteria to be with a woman or to have a woman who has a job like that or has a standard of that way.
I would tell this BMU, how many women have their shit in order? Women are the most unorganized. I mean, they're in complete disarray. So she's an older lady, right? I mean, she's not really, I mean, but she's up there. Most women are just as dysfunctional and shit as everybody else. They don't got their shit in order.
So who holds the national debt then, Arpane? Who holds the national debt in the United States?
Women. This shit ain't in order. So when they say these things, it's just talking points on social media. Most of their fucking lives are in complete disarray.
21 to 41, man, they got the
So Anissa, if there's no struggle love in 2025, I'm looking for you to send us a wedding invitation before 2026.
She's talking from her own point of view, man.
Yeah, Anissa, I'm telling you, if there's no struggle love in 2025, I need you to send us a wedding invitation to your wedding before 2026. I'm gonna be there. I'll sing in your wedding.
Is Anissa a Gen X?
No, I think she's a middle-aged Gen X, I think, right?
Yep.
But it's one of those things. What does she consider having her stuff in order? And so, you know, that would be the question a man need to ask her. What do you consider what you got in order? Because what you consider got in order, I may not. You say, oh, I got 10 credit cards and they all maxed out. You ain't got your shit in order to me.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not in order.
I'd rather for you to have no credit card.
You barely banking. You don't have no savings. You have no investments. That's just not in order. Do you have a house? No, I don't give apartment. No
apartment.
Section 8 got a goddamn apartment. I don't want that heifer either. You got to have your shit in order. And if your shit's in order, you got a house, a place to call your home. You got good credit. You can able to go out there and get something if you need something. You're not going out to them check cashing place to borrow $100 here to pay your LG&E over here or to go get that goddamn bag you've been wanting for 2 weeks. Your priorities in order. All that's to me is in order. To you, it may not be on. Oh well, I ain't got this and this. But man, you struggling. You ain't got nothing to. You ain't got nothing in your bank account. Your balance is zero. You said that you call that in order to you? You still got this $200,000 student debt. You call that in order? That you got it for bonds? No, that's not in order. That's chaos. That's controlled chaos. That's what that is. Controlled chaos. I can't be with no woman like that. What the hell am I gonna do with her?
But I got my Sally Mae deferment.
You know what I could do with her? I could give her 20 goddamn minutes and get the fuck on. That's the only thing she can do for me. That's it. And get the hell on. Other than that,
no. Rough on him now. No, he needs to know. Okay. He's always crying. Tough love it is. Tough love. Wake up, idiot.
Hey, can I say this real quick, man? Let me say this real quick. I was in the doctor's office. I had a stress test yesterday.
How did it
go? It was okay. It was a chemical stress test. Well, let me just say this. So they had a treadmill out there. They said, well, we got to prime you up. It's 2 minutes on the treadmill, and it's a room full of ladies. And so they were asking, let me say it. They were saying, can you do 2 minutes? I said, yeah, I can do 2 minutes. Man, what the fuck are you talking about, right? And then I said, then the doctor comes in and said, oh, no, we want to do the chemical stress test, right? I said, listen, man, these ladies ask me, can I do 2 minutes? If a lady asks you, can you do 2 minutes? You got to say, yeah, I can do 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? They all started laughing. They all got the joke. I said, shit, yeah, I know I can do 2 minutes. What the fuck y'all talking about? Shit. Man, I just had to throw that in there. Shit,
Man, crazy, man.
Man, they got a crack out of that. Man, yeah, man, I went through that. That was my final battery of tests, man, I had to do, man. So, man, it's out of shape as I am, man. My blood work and all that shit is pretty goddamn going good. Now all I got to do is get the body to follow. You know? So, this is just a little segue. I know because Hank is big on taking care of your shit, man. You know?
Now, what do you... Anissa says she's also speaking as a mature woman. Some men absolutely have their acts together. Anissa, now when you say a mature woman,
just in age and not mentally mature. I mean, because some of the way things you say, you sound like an immature woman talking about no struggle. Look, man, we all know your grandmother and your grandfather had struggle up, but they made
Come
it
on!
30 to 40 years. Come on,
you talking now?
And they had some struggle of it, and they found a way to make it through.
She said
they
you can only struggle in your 20s.
They deal with them challenges. Look here, man.
That's what we're talking about.
In your 20s, you're probably still in college and trying to get through your studies. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get your cap and gown, everything in order so you can graduate. Yeah, you're gonna struggle. So, Anissa, we're not all talking about you 45-year-old women. There's some 20-year-olds that need to hear this. And y'all sit there and tell them, I ain't struggling. Guess who's going to take that same mindset? Them 20-year-olds is you talking about struggling in your 20s. That's why you can't keep pushing that bullshit. Look, if it's struggle up to a certain extent. Well, go ahead, brother Bennett.
So Braxton, he mentioned in the panel, he shouted out Florida and James Evans. So that wasn't good. That was struggle up too, wasn't it?
That was struggle up.
But it worked. I mean, look, you can't say he died. He died. You can't. That can happen at any given time. You may not come home. But they had 3 kids, mostly good. I mean, James was, JJ was a clown, but he was a talented artist. Michael was a genius, and Thelma was smart, married a football player. She didn't do too bad. So I'm saying, struggle love kept them from going in a different direction. So I would say yes, that's a successful situation, and they were well into their 40s and whatnot. And they still, trying to make it work. So shout out to Good Times, man. That was one of the real ones. From back then.
Anissa said, "What? I mean, what have you been doing?"
Like I said, she's talking from somebody who's over 45 years old. And Hank already said it. You can't keep passing that bullshit down to the young women.
She said her man not struggling.
Yeah, because he's 90 years old.
God.
Oh, he got
good. No,
he got all. He got all.
He struggled to take the trash out, though.
Yeah, he got a different type.
How are you getting lost? How is that even possible?
Oh, yeah. He got a different type of struggle.
Oh,
yeah, he got a different type of struggle. That's all that is.
Oh,
he struggled to eat that ice cream, boy.
He got to look around going to the trash can and shit. I took out the trash. Oh my God. Well, y'all crazy, man.
Bartholomew.
So, hey, what do you say to Anissa when she said that her and her man not struggling? And she said, "What have you been doing when you got to still struggle in your 30s?"
Look here, man. I mean, look. If you still struggling in your 30s, then that's a different animal, right? That's a different animal. If you still struggling in your 30s, that's a different. Maybe that young man had a late start. Maybe he had a career change. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen. Man just got laid off. Maybe he's going to be struggling for a year or two to find his footing again. You know what I'm saying? He's been with the company for about 8 years, 10 years, maybe 10 years in. All of a sudden they shut down. Now he's got to do something different. Maybe he wants to go out now. He decided he wants to go get a trade now. So it may take about 4 or 5 years to go through this internship. So he may struggle with the pay. He's going to get the internship pay. You know what I'm saying? We know some internships don't pay that well. So you got to do what you got to do. But once he gets that experience, once he gets that knowledge, and them certifications. Now he's back on his feet. Like I said, it may take 4 or 5 years to get that. You become a master plumber, it's going to take you about 4 or 5 years. To get a master electrician, it's going to take you a HVAC, master HVAC. It's going to take you about 4 or 5 years. It may have to. So
She said nobody's talking about that.
He makes, huh?
She said nobody talking about that.
Man, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, man?
That's what we're talking about.
I don't understand. Man. I mean, look, I'll tell you what it is. BMU, she needs a man like Hank. She wants a man like Hank to come in and take care of her thing. Make sure everything's good. She financially, mentally, emotionally squared away. She don't have it. She got Bartholomew. This old ass ain't doing shit. He's a year away from Social Security. Him and Payne was in the same fraternity, and they graduated the same year in college. So that's why she just worried about making sure he take his goddamn blood pressure medicine. You know what I'm saying? So she dealing with a different type of struggle. She come get with a man like she ain't got that problem. He don't remember what he got to do. He know what he got to do. He still know how to get home. So you got to help.
So you saying home. She married to Sleepy Joe?
You think that was Joe Biden?
He struggled to hear. Huh? What'd you say?
Yeah. Hey, he got that TV up on 65.
She said it's funny how that's the women y'all talk about. Like you can't find women who have their stuff together.
Yeah, my wife had her stuff together. She wouldn't have my goddamn last name.
I'm telling you.
That's so funny.
So Hank, when you say your wife had her stuff together, what does that mean?
I mean, she had to present her credit score to me. I had to know what's going on financially, where she was, mentally where she was, and emotionally. The kids had to be in order. You know, I'm a stepfather. I ain't got no problem with that. I accept that. But they had to be in order. They know how to be respectful, how to be considerate and courteous. All that's got to be in order before I move and make my move. Everything about this got to be.
What has that to do with today, Hank?
What got to do with today?
What you talking about?
2024. He got married this year, Vanessa.
Man, look, she wants a Hank in her life, Pain. I mean, look. She wants a Hank in her life, man. There's nothing we can do about it. She can't get me. She's mad that Bartholomew is nowhere near where Hank is, and she just got to suffer with him.
Bartholomew, that's so funny.
That's what she said his name was, Bartholomew. Shout out to the OG.
Well, that ain't
so. Shout out to Bobby, man. God damn,
that's an old name right there. Golly. That's older than Otis.
Hey, so I want to play something for y'all. I know y'all missed it earlier, but I got a cash app here from who is this? Let me see. Who sent me this? Okay, Mr. Cash App. So thank you, man, for the $5 cash app. I appreciate you, my brother. I'm gonna play this, man. I want y'all to be here earlier to see this, but I'm gonna play this for y'all to see. If Cinderella mother was black, how she would respond to Cinderella as a stepchild. All right, this is for the $5 super chat. Cash app. Thank you. Here we go.
Cinderella, bring your white ass in here now.
So y'all bitches really ratted on me?
Yep.
I hate you for being pretty.
Suck my dick.
The fuck you standing there looking all innocent? Bring your ass over here.
Yes, Mother?
Mother? Bitch, I didn't birth you.
My fault. Yes, stepmother. Why he's smiling like that? His evil ass. You wanted something?
Shut the fuck up. Now. I need you to play my numbers and pick up my cigarettes. The EBT card should be on the dresser.
Can I order a sandwich, stepmother?
Heavens no, you fat fuck. You better go boil some hot dogs or some shit.
But stepmother, I'm tired of eating that.
Well, bitch, move out. Oh, yeah. You can't. You have nowhere to go and no man to save you. Cunt. Even if you did, I would have him boomed immediately.
Oh my
Oh my goodness gracious, bro. This
Oh
man
my
is
God.
What she would have him? What boomed? What is boomed?
I don't know. Oh my God, that
She
is
don't know
hilarious.
either.
Oh my God.
I would have him boomed immediately. I don't know what that means.
Anissa came back and said Bartholomew is younger than R-Pain.
Okay, good for you. Good for you. Good for you, Anissa. Good for you.
Look, 2 months ain't younger than our pain. I mean, I don't know. If they born in the same decade, they about the same age.
They about the same age. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh man. Boy, y'all
Shout
crazy
out-
as hell, boy.
Man, shout out to Bartholomew, man, for dealing
But,
with
hey,
that.
Now, Anissa, the thing is, since you know Bartholomew is for you, then I want to know when you guys are getting married. I think that's the end goal. Has he asked you for in your hand in marriage? Has Lost in Translation says, "Oh, that's a flex." He's talking to you, Anissa. She said, you talking trades, I'm talking professions. Oh,
geez.
She don't even want a man with a trade. Oh, Hank, look, Hank, I'm gonna let you handle this one. She said, you talk
Hey, look,
about
man,
a trade.
It's obvious she has no idea, and she's one of those type women who's totally lost in translation. A man with a trade could make more money than some of these dudes in profession.
Ding.
Absolutely.
So,
message.
In case you didn't know, ma'am, those same guys in profession, they probably gonna have to be staying that same position forever in order to make some of the money that some of these tradesmen make. And now they can open up their own company and have other tradesmen work for them, and they can sit back and relax and collect all the checks. And they won't just have just one; they can have a fleet of companies, a fleet of truck drivers, a fleet of plumbers, HVACs, or electricians. It's all possible. But she probably wouldn't know nothing like that because she can't look past because she don't like to deal with men who get a little dirt up under the nails. That's not her thing. I understand, man. This ain't your speed.
So she's looking for a sassy individual.
Yeah, I didn't say that. You said that.
She came back again. She said, "We talking profession, military pension, benefits. Y'all still complaining about $59. Damn."
Hey man, what wine did you have tonight, Nissa? Shit, you wasn't drinking. She was at the bar. She turned it up.
But then Miss Bella came in and said, Anissa, you got a little competition in the chat. She said, trades equal money. He's slow. Okay, Miss Bella. Miss Bella on your ass now, Anissa. Let me go there. She say, bitching about $50 dates. The fuck? What's wrong with a $50 date? I don't understand what's wrong with a $50 date.
Look, Bartholomew not taking her ass out.
Who's
on no
complaining
goddamn
about
date
that?
either. I mean, she
said bitching about $50.
Who's doing that?
If you got a woman that will go sit
to
and
the
have
goddamn
coffee
bingo
with you,
hall with Bartholomew. That's where they had that. That's their date night.
Bartholomew got to be in bed by 8 o'clock.
Shit,
but
look, he was
y'all,
done after 6:30 news. Wrong.
If a woman, if a woman,
6:30 news.
A man is not bitching about a $50 date. A man knows that it don't take all that to get to know a woman. It don't take $300 on a date to get to know you. And I may not even like you, and I invested $300 into you.
Yo, the only people who bitch about $50 dates is women.
Exactly. Because we don't mind taking you on a $50 date. You gonna sit there and eat that fucking red lobster and shut the fuck up.
But do it matter how much
I don't know you
for the day if I'm paying for it?
Mr. Minute laugh. I don't know you.
This exchange.
I don't know you. I don't know you. $50 on a day. I don't know you.
I shouldn't
let's see what
even
Bella
spend
had to say.
$20.
Nissa said, Miss Bella, professions equal more money. You slow. Here we go. Ding ding. She said, trade makes the world go round. Without them, we will be nothing. Truckers, plumbers, electricians, contractors. Your mammy slow. At Anissa.
that profession guy's waiting for AI to replace
because she birthed you. Oh shit!
Oh Lord. Yeah,
Well,
AI gonna take over that.
Yeah. They're arguing over whether they need to go back to the office or not. Those profession dudes. Or
But you know what though? A lot of professions during C-19, we saw who the necessary people were.
Who was essential and who wasn't?
Who wasn't essential, who was not. So initially, you may want to rethink that, because when the world go to shit and that shit won't go down your toilet, you're gonna have to call that plumber.
You know what's messed up about that, bro?
Go ahead.
And all of the people that worked during COVID were doing what's the name?
C9.
They didn't get no check like the folks did that stayed at the crib.
Nope.
All the logistics, the truck drivers, nobody that actually was still doing work for real was getting paid extra money. They was getting paid the same thing. Probably getting overtime.
Damn.
Ron, let me help you out. Oh no, I made way more money that year with C-19.
Yeah, I did too. I was driving trucks.
I said I want it to happen again. Now it's not the right thing to say, but financially,
man, look here,
I got ahead. Because
I'm telling
like
you.
I said, I was considered an essential worker. We got an extra $200 a week on our checks because of that. Because we did what we did. That's not including the overtime I made.
I need to go get some back pay.
Yeah. Go get your money, big brother. Go get your money.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Well, that's one moment that I'm like, boy, if we can go back to that, there's so much stuff I would have did.
Right. So I want to get to this. Honor stepfathers, because Joseph did it for Jesus. Now,
yeah.
Another pastor, Mr. Bennett, comparing modern day women who have baby daddies to Mary, who had Jesus. I don't understand. I don't understand why they keep making. I'm just gonna let y'all hear it for yourself, Mr. Bennett. I thought about you when I downloaded this. This is bad. This is really
brace myself for this one.
Yeah. Brace yourself, sir. Hold on. Let me make sure I got the right one here. Hold on. Let me see. Where is it at? Okay. Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah. Brace yourself. All right.
A moment to honor every stepfather. Every man who steps up and covers children that he didn't birth but would give his life for those kids and treats them like his own. For every stepfather who covered a family when another man didn't take care of his responsibilities. I want to celebrate every stepfather who stood in the gap so those kids didn't lose the love of a father because the biological didn't bother. And the scripture that we read in Luke 2 says, and it came time that she should be delivered. Joseph and Mary. Mary had a baby. Joseph was the covering, but he was not the father. I want to take a moment to honor every stepfather. Joseph wasn't just a good man, he was a great man.
Honestly, I didn't mind that. I was thinking in another context.
I want you to go first. Go ahead. Yeah.
I didn't mind the framing that he did there. I mean, I do respect brothers like Hank who become stepfathers. I do, certainly from generations past, guys who would step in and father, because I respect the heck out of those guys, because again, the sacrifices that they make, the risk that they're undertaking, at least in generations past. Now, again, to willingly go into that situation today, I may dissuade a guy from doing it. But if he does it, and if it does it well, I've seen too many examples of if that guy had not stepped in, where those kids would be. So I have nothing but the highest respect for those who take on that role, even though I would tell them not to enter it into it lightly. And certainly the story of Joseph in the Bible, again, he had every right, if he wanted to dismiss her, because again, how would it look and whatnot. But again, he was in many ways a covering for her. Having said that, she's not a baby mama, Mary, because again, one, she was not touched. She was still virgin. She didn't have the trauma of dealing with a guy who was going to be. This is a very special circumstance. So again, I certainly wouldn't equate her to a baby mama.
Exactly.
But certainly his role in coming in and making sure that she was protected. Again, I respect that. And again, for a guy who goes in and does that, again, as long as he knows what he's getting into, as long as he vets, we got guys even within our spaces who've done that. And like I said, I just have nothing but respect for those guys. If I had a son, though, and you're going to marry someone who has kids already, again, I may dissuade him from doing so, but I would keep the door open later on, maybe 10, 15 years from now, and says, you know what, son, you did the right thing, or, hey, I apologize, I thought a certain way or whatever, but, I'll gladly, I would want to eat my words, but I still wouldn't have, my son going into a situation like that, just sort of willy-nilly. I think you really need to have an understanding of who this woman is and has she done the work to say, can she be a good wife to you? And I think it's certainly harder than in generations past. But I don't want to, I don't want to get on a kick to say, oh man, you stupid for marrying a baby mama and all that. I think guys, do your homework. Like brother, again, we got Hank right here. He made sure he did, what he needed to do, and I pray to God that they're together for the rest of their lives. So I can't be mad at that.
Go ahead, Hank.
Well,
I didn't know Hank changed his name, but I got y'all pain. Let me say this. As far as my son, I wouldn't recommend him marry a woman with kids because of he doesn't have kids himself. And to go in and get into a relationship with a woman with kids, it's a hard ask. It's not easy, especially in 2024. It's bad when the baby mamas out here feel like they entitled. Man, you're not entitled. You come in with a debt. Your child is a debt. Now, I know some people don't like to look at it like that, but it's a debt. One of your biggest investments is your child. But an investment is like a money pit because you're not guaranteed to get what you pour into your child out. He could be a loser ass a son, and then you ain't getting no return on him. He could be a hoe ass daughter. You ain't getting no return on her. You know what I'm saying? It's a chance you take. You roll the dice. Your kids could be bad, or you could have excellent kids. The next, governor of Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? The next mayor of Louisville. That could be the case. Or you could have one of the biggest drug dealers in Kentucky. And your daughter could run the biggest brothel in the city of Louisville. No man wants to hear that. No parent wants to hear that. There's a chance you take if you don't raise them right. You don't do right by them. That's a chance you take. You don't know what you're getting into when you get that woman or that kid. So I wouldn't tell my son, hey, go out there. Yeah, go out there and find your baby mama. No, that wouldn't be my first instinct. I say, son, I don't know if I would do this, man. I mean, what benefits is she gonna bring to you and this kid? What benefits? What's the reason why you want to get with this woman? Now, you know how kids are. They gonna do what they gonna do. You can tell them till you're blue in the face, but at the end of the day, they gonna have to make that final decision. Now, I hope I'm able to convince him to not to do it. But I'm also gonna tell him, if you do decide to do this, this is what you need to do. And I got to give him all that information. That's just like when I share my son. I don't want my son to go out there and premarital sex, but I know it's going to happen. So I got to make sure he's got the knowledge. He got everything he needs to protect himself and to take care of himself and to get and don't put himself in certain situations. I have to, because I can't just be naive and don't think he's not going to do it. Just like with that. If you do decide to deal with a woman with kids, this is what you need to do. This is what I did. Go from there.
Pain?
Yeah, it depends on what season of life you're in. Like if a man already has kids, I don't see any issue with him marrying a woman with children as well, as long as the situation is vetted properly. Back in my day, man, stepdaddies and stepmothers were all over the place, man. But the respect level was completely different than it is today. But I would never recommend a single man or woman, for that matter, to marry a person with children. From my standpoint, if you are starting out, you want to start out as clean as you can in a relationship if you don't have any kids. Because the truth of the matter is, if you have a baby mama, you have to have a relationship with her kids, and the baby's father. I mean, if it's going to work, you have to have some kind of relationship with him. And to me, that's a non-starter, right? As far as I'm concerned, that's even more non-starter than having a kid in the house. So, so I mean, it's just layers to it, So I'm not one of those kind of guys that say, listen, never, ever, ever, ever. I would prefer a single man, single woman, find a single man, single woman. But your stage in life when you're a little older, that makes a difference, especially if you're coming with your own children. The lady has her own children. You guys kind of have a certain understanding with each other going in. So I didn't have a problem with what the guy says, even though he was kind of pandering. But when's the last time anybody really kind of honored a man in general? It's hard for me to argue with anybody honoring men, because we get so little honor on the public stage. In period, it just sounds good when somebody honors a man. Period. For the right things. So I'll end it there.
All right, go ahead, Ron. I know that's right, Coach Bird.
I mean, like I said, these type of conversation with, especially all of us could probably go in a circle 1,000 times, but to both points is that if a man does that, our pain, and he, again, they said perfect, but to break it down, if you are at a young age, I would recommend just focusing on the women that are childless like you. But at some point, if you do decide to do that with a woman, make sure you have a family meeting with the father. You have to speak to the father. If you have children, you must bring your baby's mother into the mix. Everybody has to meet together at one time. There's no separate meetings, because you have to establish the voice. Because if you're a man that's going to be in that house, you have to have one voice. And everybody under that protection has to follow that one voice. And I don't know if people have the mental capacity to have those type of hard conversations, because I think men who are engaged with children are very protective and want to be sort of, in the mix. But also if that woman has given that authority to the man that she wants to protect him, the conversation must be had. Even if it's, both mother, father, the children, bring them in at some point, because there could be children on both sides. But if you go without the conversation, you would get a lot of mixed messages. Children will manipulate and play both sides. And then you wondering why you arguing and fighting and splitting up, but the kid done played everybody, and nobody's, aware of that. But you got to have a conversation. That's one of the greatest things that can equalize everything. Have a family conversation. So.
All right, Coach Ferg. I mean, not Coach Ferg, but Mr. Bennett came in just overwhelmed the chat here. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Checkmate Baby here says Mr. Bennett is very sexy. Wow. A complete turn on that bald head. I guess she likes the 7 B's. Bald, benevolent, I don't know, benevolent. I don't know.
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett, give it to him. Come on. Give it to him.
Well, I would hope, ladies and gentlemen, you can certainly see on this panel here, we have a collection of the bold and the beautiful, the beneficent, benevolent ball brotherhood of the BMU network. representing as always we do, especially on these Friday nights. So again, shout out to those who live follically free. appreciate the support. I'll just leave it there. Oh man!
Wow. Baby. Salute, Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, hey, she must have seen that workout video.
Got the schedule down and everything.
Everything, damn. Gee. She said Wednesday, Friday, and Saturdays.
That's a stalker, ain't it? Ain't that a stalker?
Wow.
You out here in these streets, man.
Hey man, just living my life, man. Living my best life, I guess. So.
Wow. Well, I mean, I'm at loss for words. Oh,
golly.
Hey, you know what? Hey, BM, you know what R Payne thinking? Hold on, I'm bald too. What's wrong with me?
I said, goddamn, give the drummer some, man.
Oh my God!
Oh man, shit.
Oh,
I ain't lying. Shit.
Oh, hey, you know what he said? Hey, what about me?
He took me on my trip and say, "What about me? Why you leaving me out? you leaving the light skinned guy out there?
Yeah, they don't like light skinned, man.
I don't feel so bad.
Oh my God! Oh, y'all funny as hell, boy. Anissa said, "That's too many people for me." What?
I don't know. What does that mean?
Oh!
He moist like a world.
Oh! Wow.
Oh man.
Mr. Bennett, man.
I'm gonna text my. I'm saying, says this my wife. Is she trolling me right now? I gotta text my wife and see if she.
Oh,
do you have an account checkmate baby or something like that? I need to find out. It's my wife. Is she out there
Checkmate,
trolling
baby.
Yes, moist.
Checkmate.
I
You
got
know
some
what?
research
You know
to
what?
do.
I remember seeing Checkmate on one of your shows on Sunday.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah, she said you were handsome. I remember that. It was a while back.
Wow.
Oh. Mr. Bennett got a fan, boy.
Woo.
It's that way.
Wow.
See what that warm weather do to you, Mr. Bennett?
Wow.
So it's the warm weather. I got you.
Look at got you moist and everything out here.
Wow. Well, BMU. Well, thank. So you may not want to, because I know you've been following me. So don't show those pictures, man. You may set some women off. So I know I posted some pics, but don't put it out there, man. So that could be a problem.
I think you just made a mistake by asking them not to do it. Yeah, that's it.
No, I'm trusting my brother to do it right.
Mr. Bennett, I don't know what to say.
Oh, this is definitely some troll stuff. See, there's some troll stuff right here, man. All right, so it's all right. So now you got the workout photos also. So all right, so someone's trolling right now, but
wow,
it's
I'm gonna see if I
funny,
can find that photo of you, Mr. Bennett.
It's funny, man.
You know, you had a really nice one, Mr. Bennett. You was like the Negro 007. I saw it. I love Mr. Bennett, man. I swear to God, I do. Mr. Bennett, wait a minute. Mr. Bennett had like this picture. I'm serious. It's like he was the Negro 007. I said, look at Mr. Bennett. Why he is cleaning a pair of Sears at Martha Stewart's house, man.
Bennett. James Bennett.
James Bennett. Shaken, not stirred. Oh, Mr. Bennett. Wait a minute. I think I found that motherfucker. Hold on. Let's see. Let me see what I got here. Okay. I'll put this up here.
Fellas, fellas, I'm gonna get out of here, man. Got a long day
Hey,
tomorrow,
man,
so
Hank,
I'm gonna sleep.
Hey, man.
Appreciate you.
It's always good to see you.
Much love to you,
All
man.
right,
Good to see you, man. Congratulations again on your marriage, bro.
100%, man. Appreciate you.
Absolutely,
Yes, sir.
brother.
Y'all be easy.
Yeah.
Y'all take care.
Oh, did you get that bed? You get that bed, that mattress? Would you get that mattress finally?
Yeah. We got it.
Okay.
She was kind of.
Hey, you don't. He not already put a dent in it.
It came, you silly. it came in a box, so she wasn't ready for that.
Oh, yeah. I saw those mattresses in the box. Is it comfortable though?
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah. I can't sleep. The one thing being on that cruise, man, them beds is firm. Like I'm a classic side sleeper, so right. I gotta get that contour stuff going on, man. But I was waking up many times a night, turning and getting on the other side and whatnot. So once you go back, once you go to those type of beds, you won't go back to another bed for real. So
yeah, I love them. I love them. So they're all good for that for sure. But hey, fellas, y'all be easy. Y'all take care.
All right, man.
You too,
You
man.
too, brother.
Much love to you, brother.
All right.
I think I found something, Mr. Bender. Hold on a second.
Oh, here we go.
Lord.
Oh my God. Mr. Bennett. Woo! Mr. Bennett, they see this one, they're gonna pass out. Hold on a minute, David. Let me see if it downloaded for me. Hold on. Yeah, they see this one, Mr. Bennett, they're gonna pass out for real. I said, look at Mr. Bennett clean ass, boy. What he got going on?
Came up here and stole the show.
Man. I bet his wife had to have he had to have security with him. Bennett walked in. They said, "Oh, he's a celebrity. He's a celebrity. Yeah, he's a celebrity." Okay, let me see. Oh, I found it. Oh, there it is. My nigga. Mr. Bennett. Hold on a goddamn minute. In a minute. Hold on, it's downloading. I can't wait. It's taking too long. Hold on. There you go.
That's funny.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Look at that. Boom! Look, Mr. Bennett.
Wow.
Well, them shoes clean as shit, Mr. Bennett. I swear to God.
Yeah, them shoes clean, man.
Man, look how you got it blended with the black in the suit.
That's navy blue, and the shirt's got orange polka dots on it. You got to look up close on it, but
don't play with Mr. Bennett, goddammit.
Yeah, that's how Gen X do it. Tell him, Mr. Ben. That's how we do it. We do it grown man style. Yeah.
Man, y'all look like y'all be dressed like y'all about to go meet up with the Equalizer or something.
Yeah, grown man style.
Y'all look suspicious. Every time I see y'all out dressed like that, I'm like, man, he got something going on. he would have Russian mafia or something.
Wing, man. There you go, man.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Mr. Bennett.
Yep. Both me and the missus, we were kind of styling profiling that night, especially on the cruise ships, So we want to make sure we represent our best selves. So we had fun though. We had a lot of fun.
Where did y'all go? I mean,
so we went Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and Bahamas.
What's the ship again?
Yeah, MSC.
Okay.
So they're like a private. They do Europe and they also do Caribbean and whatnot. So yeah, first time with them. I haven't been on this cruise in like 25 years. So definitely the way they made these things now, man, it's like a city on the water, man. Huge, man.
Yeah.
Massive. Yeah.
How many days did you spend at each place, Mr. Bennett?
Just a day.
Okay.
Just a day. So then they would flip. You'd be a day at sea and then a day in the next port and that sort of thing. So, but yeah. But it basically just gave you enough of a flavor. So, because my wife and I, we already had plans. We're going back like San Juan. We love San Juan just from what we saw of it. So we're going to definitely drop back down there and spend some time in that area and whatnot. So I like the idea of a cruise for that reason, that it gives you enough to explore and see around, and then you can make plans from there. So I like that. Right, if I went there and if I didn't like the place, then it'd be like, I'm wasting time being here. So
yeah, San Juan's nice, man. Get you a rent-a-car and just go around the whole island, man. Go out there. You'll love it, man. It's beautiful.
Nice.
Hey, Mr. Ben, I'm glad y'all had fun, man, because it's like you said, man, things get, you get to a point in life where you just want to go do some shit. And I'm glad to see y'all doing it, man.
Oh, for sure. Look, my youngest graduates in May, and so she's got things lined up, and so we're already back. We're already planning our next one, God willing, in fall 25. We're gonna do Mediterranean, so we're definitely gonna go, and that's okay. That's all right. We'll keep it private.
On the play.
But
the idea is to do.
Trey ain't shit. Mr. Bennett, Trey ain't shit. Look at Trey. Trey said, "Woo."
Oh my God.
That's Godfather. That's Godfather right there, baby. Salute. For real.
Man. But the plan, again, things go, you do two major vacations a year, and then you sprinkle in there a couple 3-day and 4-day getaways to some stuff. So we want to definitely go into that next season, certainly in our lives, and start seeing more of the world, and I think when you do that, you become certainly more appreciative of what you do have, and we complain so much here a lot of times, and you go to some of these spots and whatnot, and you're like, you come back, and you at least it should. Now, we met some people who, like, it doesn't matter how much they travel. In fact, traveling's almost spoiled them to an extent because they don't appreciate anything. But hopefully they can, they'll just help us just gain a bigger perspective of the world, and again, how fortunate that we are.
Mr. Bennett.
Coach, they coming after us, man. The married Gen Xers, man. So I guess they're coming after us now. We're the show the boomers some love too, though. Boomers need love too, though.
I'm already jealous, man. That's funny, man.
Oh my God.
I have twin sisters, and I have 2 sets of twins in my family. My brothers, my sisters, and my brother and my sister. So back to back. So yeah.
Wow.
Checkmate, baby. You got the checkmate. I give it to you. Checkmate.
Yeah, this turn. I'm like Sir Hale now. Shout out to Sir Hale.
Show took a turn.
This show is taking a turn. Oh.
Your PMU's over here speechless, man.
I don't know what to say. Mr. Bennett is a motherfucker. That's all I can say. That. Who's that man with a bald head? Dressing up, sitting back, ain't scared. Bennett. Damn right.
Damn right.
James Bennett.
Oh, Bennett.
That is so funny.
Oh.
Man.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, Mr. Bennett, I'm sorry that you got a fan out here. Oh.
Who's that dude who jacket match shoes?
Yeah.
Bennett. Sure is, isn't it?
Damn right.
Now you gotta say, Bennett. It sure is, isn't it?
My grandmother.
Wow.
Oh shit. She said she's 27. Her and her sister are 20. Her and her twin sister, yeah, they 27. Wow.
Don't get her grandmother like
You don't want none of this. You don't want none of this Gen X that way.
They said, them old folks give you worms now.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
Gen X is strong.
You ain't shit, boy.
That was right.
Look at that one of them old millennials over hating on the Gen X.
Oh my gosh.
They over hating on the
Who's that dude who jacket match shoes? It is, isn't it?
That is crazy, man. That is crazy.
Well, y'all got me weak, man. Mr. Bennett, so let me tell you something, Mr. Bennett. So last week, your homie up here, while you on vacation, he act a nut. You hear me? Our Pain act a damn fool.
Whoa, what you done did, Pain?
Okay. He said something on this panel that we just cannot get over.
Please play it. You got the clip.
Oh no, man!
And I clipped it for you, Mr. Payne.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for Mr. Bennett, I clipped it for you. And because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So let me let you hear what he said last week. It was heartbreaking. I found out a few things. Lost in Translation said they're lusting after Mr. Bennett flush. Oh, Mr. Bennett, what's going on? I guess when you get off, you go in there and tell your wife what you endured tonight.
Because you gonna bust in the room. Guess what?
Guess
Who's
what?
that dude? Jacket shooting. He gonna be like,
oh man,
what you talking about?
That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
First time for everything.
I'm like, what? You been on drugs? You on drugs? You been drinking?
Baby, go. You gotta go back and look at the show. Your wife, man. Listen, I don't want to upset your wife. Woo! You know how much I put into this man I love, my husband, Paul. I'll kill her. Like, no, don't kill her, Miss Bennett. Don't kill her. Don't kill her. All right, here we go, Mr. Bennett. Listen to this.
He's banging me out. He's giving me dick pics.
Yeah, man.
What?
He's taking this
Mr.
shit out
Bennett
of
said he
context.
banging me out and sending me dick pics. I'm gonna let you hear him say
He's banging me out. He's giving me dick pics.
You got to get rid of that clip, man, because you know that shit's out of context. Man. We was talking about some chick, man. You know, so you can't be showing that shit, man. That ain't funny.
RP, you've been along long enough to know that BMU is the biggest opportunist in the world. So
Yeah, that one is dangerous, man. So, that's completely out of context. But,
yeah.
Let me tell you who got me, JT bastard. I'm glad he's not here. He got me on a pause the other night and clipped that shit. Wow, I said, man, he sent that, man. I said, boy, damn JT ain't shit. Okay. I think we're gonna get through it tonight. I think that Mr. Benny, you've done enough. I think there's nothing else that we can talk about because Mr. Bennett has done enough.
Now I gotta worry about Sunday show now. So
exactly.
How's this gonna follow me going forward?
Whoa.
It's over, Mr. Bennett. It's over.
No, ma'am. No. Listen. We are not coming up.
First of all, I don't know who this. It could be a man. It could be a shim. I don't know who this is.
Bro,
so
if that camera come on and it's a man say, "Hi, Billy," I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna fucking clip it and die. Oh my god.
Woo.
Man.
But she said she. So she said I'm me and my sister.
They all said, "Look, hey, these days you can identify anything you want now." So you don't know who you dealing with. So.
Oh my goodness.
Send a link.
Ron's like, send the links.
It'd be good content.
Hey, that would be the coup de grace, you know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh hell no.
That could be your final show, dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No. Yeah, I mean, I just say Mr. Bennett, man. You know.
Hey, Mr. Bennett. You know what, Mr. Bennett? I'm about to cool you off, man. What's going on, man?
I mean, take another hiatus, man. Let this temperature kind of cool down a little bit, but
that is funny.
You got that vacation shine, boy.
Yes, yeah, we definitely learned our lesson from that loss. Yeah, absolutely.
Look at Mr. Bennett.
Better not blush too hard now. It could be your wife playing around.
That's what I'm thinking. I got We were talking about do you have all your spouse's accounts? Maybe I don't know. I may not have one. So
Yeah.
It could very well be her for all I know. So we got to see.
That's funny as hell, man. If that's your wife trolling you like that, that's funny as hell.
That's fantastic. I
You
love
can
it.
Oh
ask
yeah,
whatever-
100%.
You can ask
100%.
whatever kind of question you want to ask. That doesn't mean you're gonna get a personal answer, but you can
There
ask
you go.
whatever kind of question.
There's a guy, man. He says if Joseph was a cup, man. Come on.
Wow.
Wow, that's crazy, bro.
True.
So he said, if you really buying that virgin birth thing, man, come on, Joe. Hey, well, I don't know, man. I my interpretation was about the white cloud, man. And I think that was the first artificial insemination, man. She saw the little cloud,
What?
and then she went under. That was the first IVF, man.
Man.
The lightning's coming. I'm sorry, I'm only joking.
Yeah, because I thought the lightning's finna hit you on top of the head.
The lightning's coming, man. Anyway, but yeah, man. So yeah, Joseph, he was the man.
Yeah.
So you got to take it, man, because he had to endure that.
But now, BME, let me ask you, just kind of back to the topic a bit. Now, you had are all your kids with your wife, or you had kids before you met your wife?
I am a stepfather.
You're a stepfather. Okay.
I didn't know that.
All right. So why don't you talk about, if you wouldn't mind, maybe share a little bit of your experience, like what was the process of you guys getting together and what, like the stipulations and whatnot that made it work for you guys that may be beneficial.
I always had the mindset of I'm not doing this shit. Let me tell you what happened. I started dating her. She didn't want nobody around her kid at first, right? Because she had a kid for her. So she didn't want nobody around her kid, irrespectfully so. So when I met the little girl, and she was like, "Hey," she just did something to me. She did, and I was like, "Damn." I didn't. This is against what I believe. But the baby, she got me, man. She pulled them parts.
She got to you.
Yeah, she got to me, brother. I was like, yeah. And I already, when I was dating or whatever, or vetting, she was an amazing woman, good with her money, good with her time, good credit, like Hank was talking about earlier. Credit score is amazing. And she wanted to have something in life, And and so I was like, damn, so you're getting everything you want. You get 80% of what you want, 20% of what you kind of not want, and then you kind of figure that shit out, But like Mr. Bennett said, I don't recommend. I told my son, don't do it. Don't do it. Because especially now, you definitely don't want to do it now.
So
did you have a long courtship? Did you guys?
Yes. I did it like you did, Mr. Bennett. I knew that I wanted to be with her, and I knew that I wanted to be married. And so we started dating in October. We got married in May.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, 7 months. Nice.
Yep.
So is her father still around? Her biological father still around?
He passed away.
Oh, wow.
But he was in her life, though. They her mom and dad were together. He passed away, though. Yeah. That was hard on her. I ain't never seen her like that. She was destroyed. She was a daddy's girl for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
now I know you've talked about those custody cases that you were having trying to get. So was that after you were with your wife? So, after you got married or before?
So when I met her, she had a daughter, and then I was talking about her specifically a few minutes ago. And then I had Jabari, and my oldest brother child seen in here. Jabari and Marlena, his sister. So I had two, she had one. And so those are the ones. Yeah, those are the ones I had, and then we have three together.
Oh.
So those are the ones that I had to do the custody battle over. I had an ex that I made a mistake and laid parallel with, and gave her some of that magical sperm and created two children. But yeah, I mean, I had to fight. That was a fight, Mr. Bennett.
Right.
You
But I'm
know,
saying,
I told you
and when you were fighting for, was your now wife, was she present
Yes.
in that, or okay?
Yes. She
No,
helped
because I'm just
a
saying,
lot.
because that's kind of like a test also. I mean,
she helped
she
a
saw
lot.
you fighting for your kids,
Yes.
and whatnot. So again, that you were like going to be a different type of man than maybe she was used to seeing. But the fact that she was able to go through that storm with you and the stresses and whatnot, and was still there with you like that. I mean, I think that's certainly, a good vetting process
But she helped a
that
lot,
you
'cause
could
even
take
though-
her on.
Right, because even though those days when I was like, man, shit, this expensive. Woo! You know, she was like, baby, you got to keep going. The money shouldn't be a factor. Those are your babies. You need to get custody of your children, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, okay. She was like, we got to travel again because we were all in Louisiana. And then my ex moved to Atlanta. And then I moved to Texas. So we all had to go back to Louisiana for the cases, for the case. And so it was a lot of traveling, bro. A lot of traveling. I had to fly a couple of times. And but man, it was a fight. And she was there for it all, man. I mean, she was helping me get paperwork together when I was working. She was talking to the lawyer, getting the paperwork that the lawyer's asking for, and going drop off stuff and do this and do. I mean, she helped, bro. And listen, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have custody of my kids, bro.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean that going through that ride or die process in the thick of it when you were at your most vulnerable, and she was there for you. Yeah. Them the ones you snatch up.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, so like I said, as far as, women with kids, when I'm not saying, like I said, it's certainly, impossible. But again, when a woman shows that kind of commitment, to you in that regard, I mean, that's a great, you should share that more, man. Cause I know that you share the struggles and whatnot, but I mean, and I understand want to keep, some of your stuff private.
We did a show on it, man. Remember it's been a while ago though. We did a show on it where I talked about it. Remember we talked about how I went step by step on how I went through and the struggle.
No, I'm saying the way you went through your cases. Yes, I remember those shows vividly. I'm saying about the support that you got.
The support. Okay, yeah, I got you.
From your wife.
Yeah.
Or soon to be wife in that process, how she demonstrated, to you that. I think that is something, because again, for a woman that has kids, I don't think anyone's saying here, oh, it's impossible. No one's for you. You're not going to get a good man because you have a prior child. But again, if you can prove that you're willing to be that loyal and help and support and help with the grunt work, and again, as he's struggling to get somewhere, then I mean that's what I'm talking about. And even when we're saying earlier about, again, the criteria I would have for like a soon-to-be son-in-law, someone who's dating my daughter seriously, I'm saying you don't have to be at the top or anything like that. But again, do you have a direction? Do you see this is going somewhere? I mean, you being in the process in that legal system, doing those things. Right. I got respect for brothers who go through that. Yep. And if my daughter's got with a guy like that who is again trying to do the right things and pursuing and doing the right things, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the path that guys go on.
Right.
Not that you have quite arrived yet.
Right.
Because I talked about that there a couple weeks ago. It's like everybody wants the finished product. Everyone wants the orchard, but no one wants the seeds. I'm saying, but are you planting? Are you watering? Are you tending to whatever it is that you're doing? Yeah, you still might be in school getting your CDL, or you're in a plumbing apprenticeship or whatever. But again, are you, do you have your path charted out as best as it can?
Right.
And can I see that? And for me, what's also important, like for me, there's subtle things that I also look at. One, again, how you talk about it. Like I like to see guys who are like passionate about what they're doing. It's how their eyes light up, how they can, really get. I want to see that kind of that. Do you have the fire in the belly, or you're just doing it because someone said, "Oh, I guess it's the right thing to do," or what have you? No, I want to see a certain level of self motivation when you're speaking on what your path to destiny is. It shouldn't be a mystery. You shouldn't be making it up along the way.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. As long as a guy shows me that, again, you may not be living independently and all those other measures of whatnot, but I can see that you're doing the things that will lead to that eventual independence. I can work with that.
And it was
as long as you show good character and you're investing in yourself in the right ways, absolutely. I mean,
yeah, it was a lot because during that time we were, I think we got married right around in April. So by that time, bro, we were. I mean, it was closing on a house, doing this, it was a lot. It was a lot, bro, and just to see, the fact that she was even trying to befriend my ex and be like, hey, listen, we got to all be on one accord for the kids. It doesn't matter the disagreement between you guys. So birthdays and trips, and if you want to be a part of that, and bring your significant, because my ex is married. So you want to, if you're your husband and I, we can all sit down, get to know each other, and take the kids on trips, birthdays, do stuff with them, so they can see them, you guys getting along. She even tried that, But so I mean,
that's maturity.
Yep.
Probably beyond her years.
Yep.
I mean, those would definitely be some. Again, if you were Shannon, you were dating her or whatnot. Again, I might have some apprehension, but if you telling me that, I'd be like, yo, that may be one worth keeping, bro.
Yep.
If she's gonna be with you in the trenches like that, then yeah, you need to lock that down. Absolutely. Yep. And I love hearing, and that's saying I love hearing those stories of overcoming.
Yep.
So great. But you should share more of that. I don't know if she would ever be willing to come on a show and y'all do a show together.
You know what? She's so damn shy. I asked her. She was sitting right here one day. I tried to sneak her. She was sitting right here, and I hit the live button or whatever. And she said, "So you need me to do anything else?" I said, "No, baby, I'm good." I said, the show live right now, and the music was playing." She said, "Oh," she ducked out. She cannot talk in public, bro. Like she cannot. And I was like, babe, she's like, She said, I can't do it. I can't. I said,
would she do it recorded?
That's what I was going to ask. I said, babe, do you want to do it without the camera or whatever? She said, I could probably do it.
No, I'm saying like you guys do like a recorded and you play it later. So it's not live.
Okay.
But it would be some, yeah.
I'll ask her. See what she said. But yeah, she's, super shy. She does not like that. She is like, what do you call it? Because I'm the outgoing one. But she's more like, she's the complete.
It's a compliment.
Opposite.
Yeah, it's compliment. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, complete opposite.
So I have a question for you guys. So, and you all have daughters, but what does a father with daughters tell their daughter about preparing themselves to be a wife or a husband?
Woo!
What could some of those things? Because I'm sure y'all have similar things, but also a few things that may be different. But what could a father tell their daughter?
Go ahead.
You go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Well, again, I think it, primarily again support your husband. Like it's weird because like I said, my oldest one, she just kind of went through this. I'm not going to give all the business out there, but again, she was messing with a guy who, again, you tried to give him some grace and see could he put some things together, and it was just like this just isn't going to work. And so, but it's interesting something that she said, because she's we talked about this idea of controlling earlier, and she even had to admit that part of the reason why she would sometimes select guys like this is because she does in a way she fears being controlled, or that a guy who has his stuff together is someone who would sort of dominate her in certain ways. And so we had to kind of explore that mindset, that thinking. And I just turned it back to myself. It's like, look, I am, for all intents and purposes, the head of the home, and that's pretty apparent to everyone in the home. I'm the tribal chief here. And so I said, do I present in ways that you find that you would find that you're fearing? And she said, no, but it's like, so for some reason, like the dad is always the different one than everybody else. But I'm saying that, again, if you are with a man, and again, I have standards for what manhood is, and manhood starts with a level of self-control and having a plan and discipline. And what that man will need is a woman who is going to get in the boat with him and support him in what he does. And so to me, the disconnect is that they're putting a lot of their trust in guys who they cannot trust. But if you're talking about a man who is competent, who is intelligent, who gets good counsel from other men, then why wouldn't you support that man? So again, all a guy needs, again, he does, because I'm like this, you know, I know guys talk about traditional wives and whatnot. I think a man like that, a self-sufficient man, he really doesn't need you to cook for him. It's nice if you can do that, but we don't. I've been cooking since 8, so I don't need a woman to cook for me or fold my clothes or do laundry. Again, did all that stuff as a kid or whatever. I can take care of my stuff. But it's just, but when decisions have to be made or directions have to be made, are you with me or not? Are we going to get in this boat and row together? That's what he wants. It doesn't mean you can't have a life. Again, the fear talk. I can't have a life. I have to, you know, it's like, no. Because again, that guy, he's also going to, you know, treasure and value you for what you bring to the table. Your education, your degree, your intelligence, your savvy, your intuitions, all those things are going to be valuable to him too. He would want you to flourish in that role. So I think part of this discussion is having a conversation on what manhood is and what you need to be looking for to say, you know what, I can get behind that. It's not about an income level. It's not making 6 figures or 7 figures or whatnot. But again, the qualities of character that you look for in an individual. And then you ask the question, can I trust that? Can I trust that person with my life? And if you can't, and again, one of the last guys she was dealing with is like, could you trust? She's like, no, I can't trust. Then why are you with him? So we have to have these conversations, or I'm finding myself having. Now, again, my middle daughter, she's got a guy, again, the arrow is pointing up. Not quite where he needs to be, but it's an upward arrow. Very personable young man, high character. Everybody loves him. You know, he's been vetted. My brother-in-laws, you know, we've given him the business. So if he ever came to me and said, hey, I would like to marry your daughter, I think both my wife and I to the point was like, yeah, you know, you got it. My youngest, she's still just trying to get her life together, so she ain't even ready for like a relationship like that yet. But again, same time, I'm telling her the same thing. Yeah, you're gonna be going out here, and you know, she's already got an offer letter for the company that she's gonna be working for, and all that. All that's gonna be there, and you know, so we're not worried about that. But again, you want a man, and what does manhood entail? And again, can you trust that man? And so really, the conversation now is more about selection more so than necessarily what the role is. Because again, depending on the situation, it may not be this traditional box everyone's talking about. But whatever he needs you to be, can you trust that? So that's kind of where it is with me at this point. You know, what do you think about, what are you selecting? And I'm trying to connect it to, look, I'm proud of the man that certainly I've been able to transform into. I wasn't this man 28 years ago. But if anything, I'm trying to point them in a direction and say, look, you know, if you value me at all, then I would hope that you would look for those qualities in the men that you are pursuing. And so that's the thing. Before we get to the sort of the wife stage yet, I need to help them a little bit more in their selection criteria before we get to that conversation.
Damn, Mr. Bennett. You said the same. You saying that pretty much the same thing I was going to say. I was a little different, but same thing. You know, I try to show my girls, hey, listen, this is where we are today. The girls your age are doing this. You know, this is where the world is today. I say you have to be the difference. You have to be different. I said, because if you're the same, you're going to be looked at as the same. You have to be the one that stands out. You have to be the one that says, you know, I'm a woman who was raised by a man who told me the game, gave me the game, told me what to look for, what not to look for, how to keep myself safe, how to keep myself in line, right? I've been taught these things. My father taught me these things. And I remember my oldest daughter, she's in college. She came and told me, she said, all this stuff, I was secretly rolling my eyes in the back of my head when you was telling me. She said, Daddy, what this stuff you told me about when I go to college, she said, it happened. She said, the dude tried to get me to go to a room with him, go to his dorm room. He tried to talk to me. He told me I was beautiful and he can buy me food and he could take care of me. He was on the football team and blah. And she was like, I remember you told me that dude's gonna first they're gonna talk, they're trying to get your outer appearance and talk about your appearance. They're gonna try to feed you. And then they're gonna try to woo you a little bit, get you close, get you in the room with him. She said, he did all of that, Daddy. And she said, so what you were saying is true. She said, I'm more mature now. And she said, but what you said was right. I gotta give you your flowers, Daddy. You was right. And yeah, so you gotta prepare them for that. Because then if not, if I'm not preparing them for that, then they thoughts. You know, how many daddies haven't told their daughters that, and they do fall for that. That guy that's in the weight room every day saying, baby, come to my dorm room. I'm gonna feed you. You're beautiful. You're amazing. You know what the game, we know the game is men. And I just try to keep them on the up and up, and my daughters, thank God that my daughter will come and tell me, especially my middle daughter, oh my God. When the guy came and told me, when the guy came over, he was like, hey, how you doing, Mr. I was like, okay, how are you? And so he was like, he wanted to give me this and I pulled him in, just gave him one of them. And he was like, oh, I said, hey, you got to get ready. I said, you going to protect my daughter. Where's that muscle? You ain't got no muscle? You can't stand up for yourself? He was like, I can't. I just wasn't ready for it. I said, you got to stay ready, son. And I start talking to him. He telling me about his mom, his dad. I met his mom and dad. So Jesus, I just hate it. But I it's life. It's my baby girl. I put diapers on that baby. And it's just hard. Mr. Benny, you know what I'm talking about. It's hard, man. RP, you know what I'm talking about. You put diapers on them babies. You carried them in your arms and they grabbed your finger when they were little and looked up at you in the big old pretty eyes and shit. And another man, it's like another man coming to kidnap my baby from me. Ooh, my wife told me, you got to get over that. I said, I cannot. So my middle daughter's dating. My oldest daughter is dating now. And my young baby, she's 14, so they better not even come close to her. That's my basketball player. Oh, I just hate it, bro. I hate it because my baby's so pretty. And I know they coming. And her twin brother already said, hey, Daddy, there's a dude at school. His nickname is Fat. He likes Maya. I say, Maya, who is Fat? I don't want to talk about it right now. I say, you don't want to talk about it. Come here, girl. So, I mean, but like, again, what I was saying, man, just got to warn them. You got to keep them up on game. You got to tell them what's going to happen. Try to be as predictive as possible on what things that may come, what guys will say to try to maneuver them. And I told my daughter, the longer you preserve yourself, the more value that you have. That will be something that a man would appreciate, because when a man asks you what you bring into the table, you don't have just that thing you've used on all these other men to give him. You have morals, values. You know how to make good decisions with your body, with your degree that you're trying to get. All those different things when you bring that. So that's where I'm at, Coach Bird. Our pain could probably going to have a really good response to it.
Actually, really, man. Like hold
on, Mister. How many girls you got, our pain?
I got 2.
Okay, Mr. Benny got 3 girls. I got 3 girls.
I got 2. I got 2. Well, first of all, my kids didn't date at all before they turned 18. They had no boyfriend. I mean, they were just busy. All right, they was home. They didn't have
it wasn't no. You ain't having no boyfriend. It was just they were busy.
No, I didn't have to say that. They just had, just the way our house was set up. They just my youngest went to all girls school. My oldest I think she did too. She went to Cap. Her school kind of closed down, but it was a co-ed school. But they didn't have any real boyfriends that way. She had some friends, but the
He said my daughter 10 and some little punk named Wesley gave her a best friend bracelet.
Jesus Christ. That's funny.
Choke his ass, Drew. Choke him. Oh.
Yes, I mean it's kind of funny because you had those conversations. I remember when my girl was like 13, this boy tried to get her to pay for them to go to the movies, and she mentioned that at the dinner table. It was like a Thanksgiving. I said, "Listen, we're gonna talk about this a little later." I said, "You ain't paying the boy's way to nothing. That's the money I give you." I said, "If he wants to take you to the movies, he's got to have his own money." I'm not going to give you money to take him to the money because she was I think she was a little less than 13. I said, you don't have, listen to me. You don't have to be friends with somebody just because they ask you to do something. So don't feel, she rejected him anyway. She wasn't going to do that. But she went back. I said, don't ever, pay for a boy's way. I'm not talking about when you're older, but to shit like that. No way. I said, let the door hit him on his ass on the way out. And 6 months later, she came back and said, listen, I told all the girls in my class the same thing you told me. Like, we don't give guys nothing. I said, yeah, that's right. Don't give them a damn thing. Her first boyfriend was after she graduated that I know of that was serious. I mean, we had a family dinner and all that kind of stuff. And he was a pretty good guy, but he was going to the Navy. Right. And his first location was in Spain, right? And I said, man, I didn't say anything, but it just naturally just fell apart. But since then, the only thing I left her with was, I said, listen, if you got a guy you like, you need to introduce him to me and your mother. If there's a guy that's out there that you like, if you don't want to introduce him to us, then what the hell you do? What are you with him for? What are you with him for? And she gets that message. So she hasn't really had a serious date after that. My youngest daughter, she ain't interested in nothing but her guitar and her job. She's an architect, and she comes home here every day. She goes out. She has a regular social life. She goes to concerts. She goes to this stuff. But she don't got no boyfriend in sight. Not right now. She's not interested in that. So, yeah. But I talked to them about, you guys got to, at some point, my oldest daughter said this to me, and it stuck with me. She said, listen, I just can't find no guy like you out there. And she said, it was a compliment, but again, I felt kind of, it made me started to think, man, maybe I should have something set up for them so it wouldn't be so hard for them to find somebody, because I had a lot of people in my age group who had sons and stuff like that, but I never really thought about having a cadre of vetted families with sons so I could introduce them to my daughters. I never thought about it. That's not the American way. I wish I would have thought about that, because they're out in the street trying to find love the old-fashioned way, and it doesn't work these days, it seems. Really, because the vetting process has to be so strong. So I don't know. I worry about that because I don't want them to be alone. And I told my wife that too. I said, we want grandkids, we want this and that, but they're out in the streets with everybody else, and they have to vet these guys, and we have to help them.
So I have one more question. And since you all have daughters, and I'm sure your daughters are younger, but if as of today, if they met a man who was maybe 3 to 5 years older, who's checked off every box, as Mr. Bennett stated, he's making great money, he has enough money to support a family, and he's interested in your daughter, he wants to marry her, he's willing to go do everything according to plan, and he tells your daughters that, as my wife, I want you all to be stay-at-home moms. Would you all approve of that?
Woo, Mr. Bennett, go first. I need to process this shit.
Well, let me go first, because
I know you have educated daughters.
We'd have to look at the situation. But I don't think my daughters would agree with staying home.
Okay,
not like that.
Okay.
Actually, I know my youngest daughter definitely won't. I mean, she definitely wouldn't agree to that.
Okay.
So, and I think that unless he's making a whole lot of money, I don't know if men are going to even ask somebody to do that these days.
But I pay. Listen, it's a possibility. It could happen.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, so my answer really is I don't think my daughters would agree with it.
Okay. Okay.
Whether I like it or not. I mean, if a guy, I don't know whether I would stand in their way of quitting their job. I don't think I would if he was vetted and I trust and there was some trust. I wouldn't stand in their way. I wouldn't stand in their way, but I just don't think they would agree.
Okay.
Not before the baby is born, that's for sure.
Okay.
Mr. Ben.
Yeah, I may have to agree with that. I'm thinking maybe one of them might be on that. Now, when you say stay at home,
she can stay.
You got to add additional caveat to it. So you talk about having a family like right away, like you won't have 3 kids in 4 years, just sort of thing, or just stay home and not have another person that you report to.
In both scenarios, they have a family that they want to start immediately, or coming in 2, 3, 5 years. Then they decide to have a child. Then even after the child, meaning from the day they get married, he has the resources to have a stay-at-home wife, and in that situation, both. So have a family immediately.
If there are children involved, I don't think there'd be no problem with them taking that on to stay at home during that time, especially during the formative years. Now, again, once they get to school, or later on, if they get to 18 and they may want to, kind of ramp up their careers again or something like that, then again, that would be a conversation. Or if they could use those skills, I remember KS talking about this, that, I mean, if you do have those credentials, you got accounting, you got finance, you have, different aptitudes, consider working for your husband. If you could do that, if you could help him, he's trying to grow a business or whatnot, what better? I know they say you shouldn't mix business with pleasure or with families or whatnot. It can get a little dicey, but if my wife could work for me in a capacity using the organizational skills that she has and whatnot, and keep me on task and schedule and what I need to do, I would certainly prefer that than hiring and having that money go out the family to try to support somebody else. So if she could work for me, I would love that. Right. So again, it's like I don't want her to not use what she knows of the skills that she's used. If she can use those things to benefit the family, then I would be, I think, all for that. But yeah, but definitely staying home if the goal is to have children, whether it be immediately or within 5 years or what have you, in that process from that point on through formative years. I know my wife, she stayed home for six years plus. Yeah, so basically when my youngest got into grammar school is when she went back to work. But she would stay at home for that entire period because at the time she wasn't making the sufficient income. And I was saying, I even back then I was saying, look, if you're not pulling at least 50, I don't know if it's necessarily worth it for a woman to work outside the home, especially if you have multiple kids, the daycare costs, the commuting costs. When you file for taxes, married filing jointly, you're going to get hit with the marriage tax penalty and whatnot, all those things. But if she's not working, you're basically head of households, filing single, the tax advantages are to you at that point. So again, I think folks need to sit down and do that kind of calculation. Now, if you're a 6-figure plus earner or whatever, that's a conversation. But if you're not, if you're making school teacher money, $45,000 or something like that, you got to weigh that.
Mm-hmm.
Costs, the commuting costs and whatnot, having multiple 2 cars and, all that stuff. I think that kind of goes into it. And it's, at the end of the day, is it really going to be worth it for you? So I just think those are just conversations that people need to have. But if you're in your scenario, coach, if he's saying he come in, I got this, I got us, I just want you home or what have you, would they be running to that? No, but certainly when it came to kids, I don't think they would have a problem with that.
I agree. Yeah, exactly.
I would have to agree with both guys. 100%. Mr. Bennett was cooking really good. Arpain, the way you do things as well. man, I'm trying to find another place to go here, but I can't because they aligned it perfectly. I think it's just ditto. It's just the same thing for me.
Okay. So I give you this caveat. Say he has the resources. He wants a stay-at-home wife. You know that he has that ability to make that happen. And they have children. And the children are of age where she's able to go to work. And he gives her a hard no. I want you to stay at home. I can take care of it. Now, we all just said we all going to be the head of our household. So is that still a conversation that you would have with the husband in that regard? Or would you just say, okay,
they married
from afar?
Coach Berg, if they're married that long and they have kids that are out of, and he wants them to her to stay home after the kids are born in first grade, second grade, that ain't my business.
Yeah, you're right.
That's not my
why I'm asking this question because
I agree.
That's not my business.
As long as he know that dragging our ass down the street, that ain't my business.
As long as he treating it right, and all that kind of
I mean, some of those I mean, that stuff. If he's got this long term plan, like they're in the courtship process or whatever, and he says this is what I want or whatever. Again, I'm still going to ask my daughters, just like, look, okay, this is what he's proposing. Are you good with this? Because again, I'm not. Again, when you guys are mad, I'm like the mafia with that. You don't interfere. Right? It's like Carl. Was that the Godfather 2 or something like that? It's like the mom told, don't interfere. Yeah. So I'm like that once you decide to make the that decision. But so much of dating, I think, just does not deal with these discussions. And you spend years with somebody and it just, when you can tell within having these kind of critical conversations early on, is there a future here? So again, to the point about what our parent was saying, if you like someone, bring them early on. Like we're gonna, we're gonna hash some things out. And it doesn't mean you're gonna get married 2 months from now.
Right.
But again, I want to know how you think. What's your thought process? Have you given some thought into if you're still talking about trying to be a husband? Have you given some thought to this thing before you go into it? So I mean, my wife's family, I look forward to meeting as many people as I could as early on as I could. If your family's crazy or whatever, I want to know right away what I'm dealing with. Go to church. I was talking about this on a Pete show. It's like, I want to go to your church, and I want to see what that experience is like. I've been to some churches, man, that Pentecostal ones and that stuff going on is like, whoa, this is this is a little extra. But if you Catholic and she Kojic or whatever, that may not work.
Right.
So can you worship together? Can you at least have common set of moral values? Can the families mesh? Those are things that, again, within the first, I would say at least 3-4 months. If I haven't met your family, it's the summertime. Someone's having a cookout somewhere.
Right.
So I want to show up and I want to introduce myself. And what I've also looked at in men, now this gets into, again, some of this is taught, but then some of this is also the personality. I want a guy who's somewhat competent. Like, look me in the eye when I'm talking to you. Like guys, like when daughter's brought over and I'm saying hello, hello, Jason. I'm just throwing the name out there. How you doing? My name is Mr. Bennett or whatever. His head is down. His eyes are down. He doesn't look at you. I'm looking at the handshake. Now, again, BMU, you teach your sons, Coach Berg. You give a firm. Now, again, you don't crush it. You don't crush a man's hand. Yeah. But again, firm.
Yep.
Look him in the eye. Hello, Mr. BMU. Hello, Mr. Coach. Hello, Mr. Payne. Respect.
Look at me in his eyes.
Yeah, I'm looking for some of those things, but I get guys are shy, and you may have certain spectrums of personality and whatnot. You're just uncomfortable, but again, if you're gonna swim in the waters where we're at, and this guy's bigger than me, You know, they said my brother-in-laws, they're like, these are monsters. And I told him, I was like, look, guys come around, whatnot. I'm not saying be, rude to them or whatever, but, I want you to shake them a little bit, give them that firm handshake, pat them on the shoulder. How you doing? I vet them a little bit that way. Do they have some oomph?
Absolutely.
I look for that in guys, but if you're like head down and not, nah, that's not going to work for me either.
But let me ask you though, on that point, would you say something to him?
Not right away, not at the initial.
Okay.
I think I may have a conversation with my daughter later on.
Okay.
And be like, hey, is there something with him or whatever? And, is he, and he's like, oh yeah, he's just really shy around people or whatnot. But, he's a really nice guy. And because again, and I'm not saying it's not so much about me personally. I mean, part of it is, but again, how is this guy going to interact in the world?
Okay.
You know what I mean? I got to see, can you go into a room and operating and communication?
Are you all expecting this from a 23, 24-year-old?
Yeah.
Were you all listen?
Yeah. Come on, man. We hung on. We Gen X in millennial here. So yeah, I acknowledge that men were a little bit different, but we were grown 18, 19 years old. We were in college. We were in college student, African Student Congress. I was in 100 Black Men at Rutgers. I was in,
Mr. Bennett, I understand that, but I'm speaking from a 21-year-old, 23, 24-year-old today who may not have gotten the grooming from a man in the capacity that you understand it.
Mm-hmm.
So if the guy, you meet him for the first time, he comes in, like you said, he got his head down, he's not giving too much eye contact. And our Paint asked a great question, because in my mind, I would, after that transaction, I was speaking everything, and as we went through the evening, I would sort of separate with him away from the women, and sort of just give him that, especially if I met the guy, I believe she likes him. So now I need to give him the level of competence that I'm looking for. As far as this young man, do you meet? You know what I'm saying? Do you understand when you?
I understand what you're saying.
So just,
Mr. Bennett kind of said that already, though. Even though he didn't say it, he said he would talk.
He said he would talk to his daughter. I'm
Well,
talking about in
you
that
could do
moment.
that in the same night. You could do that in the same.
Yeah, that's what
Now
I'm
I would probably do it on. I would probably do it on the subsequent.
Like a follow-up.
But again, how he would receive. So because like I said earlier, I said I try to give guys some grace.
Right.
Because again, I understand what it is not to necessarily be a finished product. Again, I'm not looking for a finished product. I'm looking for process.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say he's in the process of some things. But again, if his character good? Yeah. Because all those things can be learned. You talked earlier. You asked a question about what do I talk to my daughters about being a wife? Again, a lot of that is just information. Like I said, my wife, I've talked about this. My wife didn't know how to cook when we got married. I'm not interested in that because, again, she became a decent cook later. Mm-hmm. You can give information, but is the character there? So so I may, if I get an opportunity, if she gives me some intel on the guy, in terms of his background, where he's from, what he's trying to do or whatever, and he may come from a background that might not have been good. Right. But she tells me that in the process, he's done some things. He comes from this, but he's doing this. He's finishing school. He's finishing his thing. I'm like, okay. Now, again, I'm not going to give my blessing. Okay, you can marry my daughter right now. Yeah. But is he willing to, if I could be some sort of mentor, guide to that young man in the process as he's dating my daughter, I could certainly see myself being open to that. Like I said, the one where I ask the fewest questions is the guy independent? Can he take care of himself and his affairs? Right. Finance, health, physical, spiritual? Can he handle himself there? If he doesn't have those things, then that's going to be, again, more conversation. And I can certainly empathize if you haven't had a father figure in your life or whatnot. But if I can tell that this is a good kid who needs some, so again, but it may take a while longer. I would be willing to invest time into the young man. In fact, I love, I used to love taking young guys and just having them train with me. You know what I mean? Like in the gym, like training, put some weight on the bar and whatnot, and working some things and help him process some things. And through the physical training, have an opportunity to talk about character. Like when I talk about when your form is right, let's say if you're lifting a bench press or whatever, when you're lifting the weights up, if your form is correct, you don't have to use a lot of weight. A lot of guys in the gym throw weight around. You see those guys hip it, doing a curl and they're doing this kind of thing. No, if you do it controlled, you can take maybe a 30-pound dumbbell and it's like the same as you got the 60-pound dumbbell that you're working around. That's a teaching principle for me, because I always say if you do things right, it costs you less. Look at those weights as like coins. You got the 45-cent piece, 25-cent piece, 10 fives. You spend less if you do things right. If you do things wrong, it's going to cost you a lot more. Mm-hmm. So I've used a lot of times when I work with teenagers, I use the physical training as also a way to teach character and even spiritual training. Bible says spiritual training is of some value. So I use those things to communicate things, and guys who've been receptive to that have benefited from that. So again, I'm not opposed to taking a younger guy under my wing if he shows me that the light is on. He's an empty cup waiting to be filled, and he's humble enough to say, help me fill it up. Yeah, I can certainly see that. But it would have to be a conversation, and it would, there would have to be some transparency there, and I would hope my daughter would help me in helping to understand him a bit more, so then the next time I see him or engage with him, that I can possibly open up that door a little bit and see if he takes it or not.
It's funny because even when my oldest daughter had a guy that she was serious about, and he was in I guess basic training, and he was home for a little while, and he wanted to go snowboarding. I said, man, you can't go snowboarding. I said, you're in the middle of he said, well, I'm good at it. I said, you can't go snowboarding. If you get hurt, you're on this plan. You can't go and come home with a broken or hurt ankle and then go back to basic training. It's going to set you back, right? And when I said that to him, the thing that I thought was a plus, they didn't go. They didn't do it. I mean, he wasn't invested in me that much, but he listened, right? Because it just came right to me, right? I said, you can't go snowboarding. What are you talking about? Right? He said, I'm really good at it. I said, yeah, but it don't matter whether you're good at it. These guys get hurt. I was thinking about that Carrot Top dude. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know what that would mean, but if you went back after leave and you got a broken ankle and all that stuff you were planning, it's changed. I said, you can't do that. So anyways, I thought that was good. So is the guy willing to listen to any kind of sage advice, or if he's going to give you a lot of lip or something? These are little things, but on Monday, my show was intentional courting for marriage / situationships need not apply. And what I think is that today, when people say, well, you're old, you don't know about dating shit today. I say, I'm not talking. If you're a man who wants to be married and you're in your 20s and you find a woman who wants to be married, then that's where you start, right? Because if y'all both want to be married, then what's the next question? Right, we don't have to be married to each other, but let's talk. That's a good start because we're intentional about doing something other than being boyfriend and girlfriend. And I just remember the very first time I took my wife out, and we sat down for dinner, and I said to her, I said, "Listen, I don't need another girlfriend. I want to do something I want to be more intentional with that. I'm looking for, I'm looking for a wife. I mean, we don't have to get married now, but I'm looking, she was all for that. But answer was different, right? Then maybe we wouldn't be together. But she was all for it, and that's why we got engaged 5 months later. So I think that today's, I don't care. I know it sounds stupid, but I don't care about what year it is. The earth didn't begin in 2024, right? There's something about people who are intending to do something. And we have some young people who are married all around us. I got a couple of videos to talk about the difference between courting and having a boyfriend. That's why I don't really, and this is just me, I don't really respect what we call relationships these days, because there's no really commitment in any of that. That's not to say some people don't have long-term relationships, but for the most part, they're all just bullshit playing with each other. There's no commitment there. That's why we have so many hurt people on both sides, because people say, yeah, we're going together, but they're all like sneaky links. So I think you could eliminate a lot of shit if you're just intentional about what you want to do, and then be honest with each other from there, right? Yeah. And there's things a woman should say to a guy, and what a guy should say to a woman, and that doesn't mean you're committed with each other, but it's much better hanging out with somebody who says, I'm looking for marriage. Now, I need to figure it out whether you're the person I'm going to marry. But isn't that, that little relationship you start is a courtship now. And if it doesn't work out, you move on, but you don't waste time. That's why when people have these relationships for 5 and 6 and 7 years, that's really damaging to both of them, but it's really damaging to the woman. Because her years, you don't have the years like a man does,
Right.
I'm hearing y'all message, right? And, in hearing y'all message, I think that the message needs to come before adulthood, to me. What you all are speaking of, because once he becomes an adult without the proper, I guess, rearing from a man, he's good.
I'm trying to figure out what you mean. He has a.
What I'm saying
you can get to him when he's a teenager.
What I'm saying is the message that you all are speaking is spot on, but the message has to reach a younger man.
How does that happen, though?
But
we are where we are now.
How does it happen, I'm gonna tell you how it happened.
Yeah, tell me how it happens.
And it ain't a popular answer.
No, go ahead.
How it needs to happen,
is
that man who represent that have to be willing to go into that space where those guys have that listening ear. Because once they're adults, they already set in that get out here, be a savage as long as I can, as much as I can. But it's a lot of and listen, that's why I say a lot of young guys. I would say I would just go 15.
Okay.
Right? I just put a number on it, 15, 14, 15. They are in their hearts. They want that woman. They want to be able to, be the provider for women. They start out.
Is that really true?
Huh?
I don't. Is that really true?
Yes. That's why. So my point is to go talk to those young men and give them that message, right? Because then you'll get a greater outcome on the adult side.
I disagree that more than one thing could be true at the same time.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we're not going to get to those young guys. That has nothing to do with a man who turns 22 or 23 and decides he wants to be married, even if he doesn't have that when he's a teenager.
But why do you say?
Wait. Listen. You're not. When a man who can get married, right? If he wants to be married and he's still in his 20s, it doesn't matter whether somebody talked to him when he's 15. He wants to get married. So then what's the process once he decides that I want to find a wife? Nobody talked to me when I was 14 and 15 about finding a wife. Wait a minute. So I'm saying we can't just keep saying nothing's going to work unless we get to the youth. It's too late.
No, it's not.
No. It's too late for the guys who are in their 20s already. So let's level. We got to keep making sure when we talk, we're talking at the level that we're at. If we're talking about teenagers, then you're right. I'm talking about people who are in their 20s already. What about them? What about the guy who's already in his 20s and the girl who's already in their 20s and says, you know what? I would rather not do this. I'd rather find somebody I can struggle up with when I'm young. There is people like that. Whether they had training when they were in the teens, that's a different conversation. So if we want to go back and say the teens, I agree with you 100%. But what happens so do we write off everybody who reached 20 without that who reached the 20s? No. That's what I'm saying. So both of these things could be true. We just got to level set the conversation. It's not one or the other. It's both.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not talking about teenagers. I'm talking about people who are already in their 20s.
21-year-old.
Already in their 20s. Huh?
Even a 21-year-old man, right? So, and it goes for the men and women. And what I'm saying is,
you got a son that's 21.
And what I'm saying is, even with, I take everybody his age, the message resonates better from men who are actually living in that position. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying?
The message from other 21-year-olds?
Yeah, for other 21-year-olds.
But how did they get the message?
What do you mean?
Other 21?
No, I'm talking about people like us who've actually, we older, right?
Okay.
And like we say, we want men to get to a certain level early. What I'm saying is the message is not getting to them so they can avoid the pitfalls of what we're seeing today. Even if he's 21, 25. Let's just say you meet a guy today, he's 21.
But you're giving me, I just told you the message. If I was talking to a bunch of 25-year-old guys right now, whether somebody talked to them when they was a teenager or not, I would say if you want to be married, you have to be intentional about it. That means you got to say to the woman that, hey, listen, I'm not looking to just smash. I'm looking for somebody to build something with. Whether somebody told you that when you was a teenager or not, doesn't matter anymore. It's too late. You're 25.
Okay.
Right? So like I'm saying, we tell people in their 20s that it's too early to get married. Enjoy life. That means something different to both men and women. We tell them the wrong story. So if I'm telling 20-year-olds the wrong story, God, I can't imagine what they're telling teenagers. So I think the message needs to change whenever you can get them. But the way you reach them has to be, listen, I know the dating I know the dating pool is bad, but if you find a woman who actually wants to be married, that's where the conversation should start. You want to be married, she wants to be married. How do we build a courtship to where we could reach those goals? Now we could decide that we want to marry each other, but at least we're not forming some kind of bullshit relationship that goes nowhere. No plans, no goals, no nothing. We're just boyfriend and girlfriend. That's not intentional. That's not intentional. There's no intentionality there. And so I'm saying there's so many different problems in our relationship. So I'm not saying you're wrong. If I can reach somebody who's a teenager, great. But what about all the people who are already in their 20s? What about them?
And the reason why I'm saying the teenagers, because that's where a lot of the foundations can sort of alleviate the future. Because we hear right now, the 21-year-old, if I'm understanding, I'm hearing you right, in the space right now, that 25-year-old, he like, hell with it. I'm just going to be out here. He ain't looking at setting this plan.
Well, I'm not talking about that guy, though, Coach Ferg. I'm talking about the 25-year-old guy who wants to be married.
But what I'm saying is, are they appearing right now in the situation?
No, you keep missing my point. In all the shit that's going on, there are 25-year-old guys who want to be married. We got to stop saying nobody wants to be married. It's not true.
I didn't say that.
And so why are we talking about somebody who doesn't want to be married? I'm talking about people who want to be married.
So the guys that want to be married.
There's a subset of people who want to get married and don't know where to go. And I'm saying, if you want to be married, you shouldn't be looking to just smash chick. You should be looking for a woman who wants to get married. And the only way you find out is by talking to them. If a woman says to me, I want to go out on a date with you, not some of these, you got to give me a cash app. I'm not talking, that eliminates you right away, right? I'm saying a woman that wants to go out with you to meet you. I don't care where you take her, and you tell her, "Hey, listen, I don't want to just be fooling around. I'm looking for more intentionality. I'm looking to be married. I'm not saying you have to marry me today, but what's on your mind if we got together?" And she says, "You know what? I see marriage and kids in my future as well." That conversation starts a different relationship because I don't know if people actually talk to each other like that. I don't know. I think it doesn't seem like they do because it seems like a lot of people are just wasting time with each other, just smashing like they're in the wilderness. You know, and that's why we got all this bullshit going on because guys are not being intentional because if they talk about marriage too early, then they think they might lose a chance to smash the chick. And I'm saying you got to get over that shit, especially if you're intentional.
Right. And be ready to clear the room.
Yeah.
Because again, if no one is feeling that energy or that kind of conversation, let them scatter. It's like when you turn the light on, the roaches in the kid, you turn that light on, they scatter. If there's a few that's left over, then them the ones that you deal with.
That's right. So where they go wrong is that a guy is reticent to let go of a woman he has in his grasp. She might not want to get married, but damn, she's smashable. You know, and if he pursues that, then he's going against his intentionality just because he wants to get smashed. And I'm saying some guys, if you're really intentional, you need to change that behavior. That's what I believe, or else you're going to waste time. Same thing for a woman. If a woman wants to get married, what the hell are you doing with a guy who just wants to smash because he's cute? Right? So it depends on that answer. Depends on now are we juggling something that's meaningful or not? You know, and if
now, Arpain, let me ask you a question. Do you think that for the average man that he needs a period in his life where he is sort of sowing his wild oats, or using your terminology, a smashing period before he gets to that point? Or is it better he just kind of goes?
On age. Yeah, the answer is it depends on his age. I would assume that a guy reaches 25, he has some experience through 18 to 21 to 21 to 25. But I would assume that the woman has some experience too, right? Unfortunately, in the black community, if you can get a woman to reach 26 without a baby, you're down to only 30-something%.
But
you know, so that's why I'm trying to say guys keep wasting time. And it's not the same for men, but yeah. So does he have some kind of a period? He doesn't have to be a Don Juan because most people can't be Don Juans. Okay. Most men are not Don Juans, right? By the time they're 25, if you're the average dude, maybe you had 2 or 3 good relationships or something like that. But how many women do you have to smash to understand what you need to do? There's a hole here and you got a Johnson there, you put it in there, you do a few things.
So do y'all think it could ever be a transitional change for the future of those young adults where they can be in accordance to what you just described, RP?
We as older people stop telling them to wait to their 30s and 40s to get married. It's the older the kind of stuff we tell young 20-year-olds is wrong. Because, like I said this before, and I'm not going to be too long-winded. When you're in your 20s, the distance, the barrier between you and your mate is very malleable, because both of you guys could be molded a little bit. But when you're 35, it's more like a steel door. She's setting her ways, you setting your ways, and for us to start to get together to have a relationship, that compromise could be too much, too great, too much life has happened for some people. You know, so I'm just saying, and your more desperation is setting in, especially if you want a family at that point. So I don't know if you're gonna choose as well. So for both women and for both men, we got to start gearing them to be ready for take care of business, do it. If you went to college, you could do, listen, you can succeed in education. Let's just say, assume after college. Let's just say, assume if you go to college or trade school. You know, you can still build a future with somebody and if you have the right person, Nobody's stopping you from doing any other successful thing when you're married. The only thing you can't do in a covenant marriage is screw somebody else. That's it. Everything else in a proper marriage, you can build a business, you can build, you can get a PhD, you can get a, you can do all that shit within a marriage. Why not?
And again, make the distinction between, again, being married and having a family. That to me is like the big,
and
that'll derail everything. I think if you bring,
family, but it's delayed though, right? Whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying, but that time that you're talking about where you can build.
Yeah.
I'm saying do that when you don't have kids. I remember when I was in college, we had family housing. It was mostly for like a lot of Asian students and whatnot, because they became like the Chinese or whatever. They would be married, going to graduate school, but having families and stuff like that. So again, I think it's certainly possible, but be very. You talk about RPing the intentionality and wanting to get married. I think you should be just as intentional in whether or not you want to have a baby with somebody or not.
I agree with that.
And that's why I always advocate getting married early and young to say, look, you can't father my children. You can't be the mother of my children if you can't be my wife. And the only way I'm going to find that out is if you are my wife. So again, when my wife and I got married, I was very intentional. 3 years, because again, we only from the first date to marriage was 10 months. So we didn't have a long courtship to figure a lot of things out. So no, I want married time. I want 3 years. I want to know that your breath stinks in the morning. Yeah. When you pass gas in the bed in the morning. I want all the stuff.
I agree with all that, man. I agree. It's funny. One of the videos I'm gonna use, you might find that this couple that is gonna talk, it sounds a lot like the stuff that you said. They generalize. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't say I have the elixir, the magic elixir, but I just know that when these young people talk to each other, they ain't talking about intentionality in terms of marriage and families and stuff. They're talking about something else, right? They're talking about, let's have a relationship and see how it works. I'm saying it doesn't. We got enough receipts to know it just doesn't work. Not like that.
Okay, so with all you both have explained, do you believe that as of today going forward, that the message could reach those individuals to change the dynamic of the direction that we're going in as far as marriage, getting married young, being intentional about finding a spouse, husband, wife? Do you think that message could resonate?
Not in mass. I think that, and I remember even KS talking about this also. And sometimes I think we go into this thing thinking, oh yeah, we got to influence a lot of people. I think you need a percentage, 5%. If you can get 5% to listen to what we're talking about, and then that could be enough to where, again, the guys in that sphere of influence, they'd be like, oh, that's how they did it. Oh, that person's like me. Oh, I see how that's done. Then you could potentially have a domino effect. But this idea that we're going to change the world or change the whole status of how people do things. No, but every one of us has people within our sphere of influence that we can have build relationships with. That if we can influence them in any way to say, you know what, I want to do it like that,
right?
And then let the ripples go from there. We don't have to have this macro level, but again, you people you coach. I mean, you got sons in that age bracket that I'm sure you are, that you have some influence with. But we don't have to go and change the world, at least in my view. But again, 5%, 10% would be fantastic.
Well, just have more panels. Just have more panels like this talking about that.
Right, but I believe the percentage could be greater. I believe 20 to 30%.
Okay, but okay, how do you figure that? I mean, not to be wrong, but how do you? What are you saying?
Because just by the example you just gave, if more people would be willing to be transparent about it to those people who are in that space, and I'm not I'm not saying it's going to happen in 90 days. it may take 6 months, a year, 18 months, 2 years for them to understand that type of commitment and lifestyle to be ready to step into that change. See what I'm saying? Because the message, I think, is not resonated more in the capacity like you two speak of it in a sense. Most people speaking to it as doom and gloom. You speak from it, a place
Right.
that, listen, it takes discipline for you to be self-disciplined, but also you have to be willing to do the work in vetting your partner, being disciplined, and having some sexual discipline. Our pain, like you said, is taking steps back to do that. So that's why, only reason I answer this question, because I believe hearing brothers like you, and I'm sure there's plenty more, this sort of being a voice, whether it's in this space or however, so that message can continuously get into some of these young men and young women's ear to say, you know what? I think that that's something that I could do based off what I'm starting to understand, because we're hearing the message, marriage is this, it's struggle, love, da, 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 da. They've been hearing that loud and clear, but the message of saying, listen, you start
Okay,
with a
so what's the conduit of? I mean, like you said, Mr. Bennett says it has to start small. The point is that the airwaves are flooded with the negativity. So here's what's one of my biggest fears. We're talking about this, right? We'll get a person on a panel like this when we're talking about, hey, you should get married earlier. Then we'll get a person come up here and say, well, the pool is shit. You can't marry nobody. That's not what we're talking
The
about.
boomers messed it up.
Right, yeah. I mean, so you get derailed right away because they want to change the narrative. They want to change the conversation to how bad the dating pool is. I ain't talking about the bad dating pool. In the dating pool, the way it is, even right now, there's women and there's men who want to be married. There's women and men who actually want to be married even today, right? Because marriages are still going on. So how do you have to start somewhere by focusing on the positive and the things you have to say. Now, I didn't even say sexual discipline. I didn't say anything. I just said the key word to what I'm talking about is intention. Is intention. If I'm looking for a woman and you're looking for a man, but a woman's looking for a man to marry, then if the conversation starts there, at least you're talking apples to apples. That's what I'm talking about. You know all the dirt that's out there. Well, I'm not looking for the dirty guy or the dirty girl. I'm looking for somebody who wants to be married. Now, whether we marry each other is a different story. That's what the courting process is. But we need to bypass all the piss in the pool to find the people who want to get out of the damn muck and mire.
Absolutely, yeah.
To do what you want to do. And I think we spend too much time talking about the negativity of it. And the problem that you're saying is that when you see these panels all around, especially women's panels, all they talk about to the young girls is being whores. That's all they talk about.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. You got to find some Crimson Cure or some small channel with a lady by herself who's married and says, that's not the way to go. The voice is real small. And we need to have more people willing to, if you're going to be on these YouTube streets, to fight back and say, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who actually want to do marriage.
Yeah. And even in, I just noticed an observation, even in churches, again, I'm not going to get too far into that because people go in the direction about that, but singles ministries, I think just the model is wrong. Now, again, I think there's two types of singleness.
Okay.
Right? There are those who intentionally want to be single. You love the Lord. You want to serve the Lord. You're comfortable in that space like Apostle Paul was, and you're not looking for that. But there's nothing wrong with having a singles ministry with the intention of singles getting married.
Right.
But for the longest time, they were afraid to label as that because then you thirsty. Or all this other stuff that's been put out there. It's like, look, so I think being more direct about what are we getting together for? Yeah, we're going to go bowling night. We're going to do all this kind of stuff. We're going to hang out together and play games, all whatever the singles, however you going to do it. But I think we got to say, look, are you going to be comfortable in your singleness, or are you looking for, or what, you know, this idea of, oh, well, just let things happen.
Right.
Like, no, I think that even in singles gatherings, if your intention is not seeking a marriage, then we got something else for you over here.
Exactly.
Don't hang out with the people over here. So for the longest time, people didn't want to be like, oh, well, I want to be putting out there to the world that I'm desperate to get married. Why not? You call it desperate. I call it, like our friend said, I call it intentional. I call it, you know, knowing what I want, not want to waste time. So I don't, you know, and like I said, I don't need to talk to everybody. You know, so again, I think that a lot of we oftentimes we make we're so afraid to be what we call vulnerable. And I don't really look at it as a vulnerability. You only make something vulnerable, you make something a weakness when you avoid it or when you're embarrassed by it.
Right.
Or you think people are going to hold it over you. And that was just never a thing with me. When I said I wanted to get married, it's like, yeah, some women like kind of fled the other way or whatever. I did not look at that as a weakness. So if I'm going to be talking to you, in fact, I was having a conversation with some folks the other over Christmas, and I was like, look, you know, men and women, y'all got to stop playing the game, especially if you older, like, you know, we had some 40 and 50-year-old folks in the room.
Right.
I'm like, if you're older and you like to get married, I mean, the game should stop. But a lot of these games, it's like you're not in your 20s.
It's silly.
You
right?
should know, as a 50-year-old person, you should know what you want,
right,
what you don't want. No one at this point, I'm too old to be embarrassed. I'm not running for office. So whatever I got to share it is who it is, but I'm not running for office, so I'm not, you know, you can't use what I say against me. But I'm not gonna use whatever it was, mistakes that I made in the past, where I was like, look, this is who I am.
Right.
And this is who I'm striving to be. And yes, I would like to be married. I mean, for older people, like I know Anissa was on earlier. I don't know if she's still on, but for that community, you should be able to hook up pretty quickly with somebody and marry in your 40s and 50s, because all the nonsense that you were dealing with in your 20s and 30s, you should be past that stage already.
Or be truthful.
I ain't got time for these games.
Or be truthful that you don't want to be married.
Yeah, but it should be a clean, you know, a very transparent exchange. That's what maturity is.
I agree with you. I agree
And people, even in their 50s, they're still acting immature. Because I think there's a lot of people there that could be. We're talking about the young people, but again, a lot of marriages, again, getting to the end of life together. There's a lot of people either have never been married or widowed or divorced or whatever. 40s or 50s, you still got some life left. I'm 50. Like I said, I'm looking forward to this next section of my life. That's why I stay in shape, so I can go and do the things and do and look at and get compliments from ambiguous people out there. I don't know who these people are, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm still grinding, and I don't care. For me, I don't necessarily want a 20. If I was single again, I don't want a 25-year-old something.
Yeah,
you know, I'm not looking for that.
Right.
I can deal with a woman 40 and up.
No, I'm
Because again, I want a woman. I don't want a girl. So if you still got some life in your body, you're healthy, you stay in shape, you're physical, you still have a libido, and we gonna be grown. Let's be grown and let's get on with things and be like, yo, let's go. You know what I mean?
It's funny though, Mr. Ben, you talk about being in shape, and I'm out of shape, but my numbers keep coming back. Like my body's saying, "Listen, man, you still got a chance. You still got
some. You know,
you got a chance out there. Go get your shit together."
The health is there. It's just to get the fitness, because they're separate things. There's the health. You're healthy,
right?
But the fitness needs to kind of match and get on pace with the. But you're healthy enough to get fit. There's a lot of people that are so unhealthy they can't get fit.
I hit a plateau though, because this ain't my. I mean, at one point, I was like, and I lost.
And you're a big guy. We met in person, so you got me by about 100 pounds.
I
So
actually lost like 90 pounds, right? And so, but I hit that plateau, so I got to get to the next. Next.
Yeah.
And that's the consistency, because I already eat right. I mean, I do eat very good food, right?
Mhm.
Like a lot of salads and a lot of carbs, right, and the proteins, right, and
Yeah.
no junk food. I'm not a heavy drinker,
Mhm.
right? Maybe I drink a little bit too much beer from time to time,
Mhm.
but that's the hard liquor. I've pretty much stopped that.
Right. But that's the stuff that, I mean, there's a lot less calories in that than I think the beer.
Yeah,
That's
but
what, them hops and there's
Yeast and all that.
there's a lot more calories in beer than there is in like in a shot of.
I'm not talking about the calorie, but the alcohol content that messes with me more.
Mm.
With a hard liquor, so I know when you find out your body. Nah, I can't drink like I used to. So I said, let me put that aside. I feel much better by not doing that. But a couple of beers up there if I'm thirsty. But you're right, the calories are there.
Yeah, those empty ones. But again, you're healthy enough to get fit, and a lot of people can't at your age cannot say that because their doctors say go light. You can't lift, anything heavy or whatever. You got to be monitored. But if the markers are looking good, then you can. It's okay to push yourself a little bit, and just kind of test your limits a little bit at a time. But I'm still. Vibrant. And I think that's a community we don't talk about. Again, I know, Coach, you talk about the young people, but again, for a lot of Gen X, I'll say the Gen Xers, there's a lot of single Gen Xers out there that don't necessarily need to be, but again, you're still playing games like 20, 30 years ago. And I just think a lot of that needs to stop. There's a lot of people who could be hooking up right now, being married, living your best life together, traveling, you got your money, and everything. You got your retirement, all that stuff's looking good. Take some cruises around the world and hang out and, eat some food and live that life. I mean, there's no reason why these folks, I mean, it's kind of depressing when on these cruise ships, you'd be seeing some single people that is traveling alone. I'm like, why are you alone? I mean, we met a few people like that just go on, just travel, but to me, it's no fun if you're not there with somebody. I mean, I get meet new people and all that, but the best thing about the trip was that my wife was with me. I mean, that's the whole thing, just us together.
Actually, when I went on the cruise, I actually lost a few pounds. Me and the wife walked the. Had to.
See, I hate you already. I gained. My wife and I gained 6 pounds on this cruise.
Man, I made it sense. Everybody says how much you're gonna gain weight. So me and the wife, we walked the deck, the walkway around the whole boat.
Yeah.
So we did that we did that every day.
These are big boats too, man. Yeah, that's a good mile. That's probably a mile all the way around. Because the boat is like it's 1,000 feet long. It's like 100-something feet wide. So yeah, you do a couple laps.
Yeah, that's
pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I said, man, I lost but I wish I could. I wish I would have kept going.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, I don't know, Mr. Bennett. My last Monday's meeting, I chronicled my wedding. I don't know if you saw that. If you go,
I did not. Oh, you did. Oh, I did not. I got to go back and watch it.
It's only an hour long, so I kind of did like a. I've cut it up a lot, but I thought it was one of the better lines. Everybody was on. You could read the chat. It was really fun.
Okay.
So yeah, it was 1987. So I had digitized my wedding.
Oh wow!
And I went through it, and we, from the vows to the wife walking in, the vows to party, and all that kind of stuff. I thought it was pretty good. You see some of it, Coach Fern?
I was 19 years.
So this was on BMU, or this was on your Marriage, Politics, and Sports?
Yeah, it's on the network. It's
okay. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna definitely check it out.
And you want to hit BMU because the chat is on the side, so the chat replay is live, so you see what people are saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you just look under the live tab, you'll see.
I will. Yeah. Now that's great. That's definitely that's excellent. That is excellent.
Yeah. So, hey, listen, you guys have anything else to say? Any last words?
I think we're good. I would just say again, stepfathers. Again, I have the highest respect for guys who take that on. It's risky. We know all of the potential pitfalls of it, but I have seen cases where it's been good. And again, my thing is, as long as you go in with your eyes wide open, know what you're getting into, and it could be great for everybody involved. But again, you just gotta be careful with it. So again, I get Hank and guys who've taken that responsibility on.
I didn't know BMU was a stepfather. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, those stories we need to share more of that, because again, we want these sort of idealistic situations, but life isn't necessarily always that way, and we need to know again how people have been able to work through it, how they've been able to hold on to it. But if you got a woman who's going to go through all that drama and stuff, with anybody, 99.9% of women are going to be like, I can't be dealing with that. That's just too much drama. I don't need that in my life. And she was willing to take that road, go down that road and help you secure a victory. That's a one worth keeping. So
I do have one more thing. I think that when both parents come in as a blended family, I have my kids, you have yours, and you want to blend the families together. I think those stepfather, stepmother relationships, I think they work out a lot better than if one person goes in single. I think there's some common ground there that kind of that's what I think. I think that's worth a conversation, because I don't look at a man like Hank came in with a son or kids, and his wife came in with kids. Same with BMU. I think that's the dynamic there is definitely different than one person coming in with no kids of their own into one of those kind of situations. I think there really is a big difference. I would like to see what the marriage statistics are in terms of divorce and stuff like that when it's blended like that.
Now, would you make a little additional caveat for those, if you don't come in with kids, if you're capable of having kids or not? You make that, because there's some out there who cannot have kids.
Yeah, because definitely it's a caveat. If you're not one or two, because you're going to live vicariously through the other one's children.
Right.
Yeah, so there's definitely a caveat. All right, man. Ferg, what you got? Last words?
Hey, man, listen, man, it was the Barbershop, man. It was a great conversation, man. I appreciate y'all being, transparent and talking about it, man, because I work with young men and young women, so I like to have some answers to some questions that they ask, because they ask a lot of questions, and, just to hear different perspectives from other men who I know are walking in that walk, man. It's real cool, man. So salute to all the married people that understand the mission, man. It's a great conversation, man. Both sides, whether you're young men, young women, you have to move going forward with intentions on both parts. Understand what you want. We have people that if you got to write it down so you can memorize it and use it and look at it and analyze it daily, it can be fluid, but as long as it's righteous and intentions, man, I believe the dynamic could shift for a brighter future, man. Listen, I'll take 50% marriage rate. We was doing fine with 50%. I'll take going back up to 50%. I understand everybody ain't gonna get married. Everybody don't want to get married.
Right.
But if we can get that little points that we lost back, I'll take that. We can start seeing some communities. People can start building wealth together, going through the fire together, coming out on the other side bronze, man. So listen, man, salute, man, to everybody, man. We're going to be here Gen X for life, damn it.
And guess who else is here? Shout out to the 7B Network. You see here, ladies and gentlemen,
that's right,
the Ball Brothers closing the show as we always do. So again, appreciate you guys and what you guys bring to the table, man. So much wisdom here, in the spaces. And let's just keep doing this thing, man. Let's just keep having these conversations. Appreciate you guys and everything you guys do.
Good night, gentlemen.
All right, guys. You have a great weekend. I got stalk. Yeah, Sunday. I'm worried. I'm worried about Sunday. So, Payne, if you can come in on Sunday, just watch my back. Trey, watch my back on Sunday.
Yeah, man.
So make sure there's so much trolling, man. So
salute, man.
Appreciate you guys, man. Have a great weekend. Take care. Bye.
All right, guys, another one in the books. Another great episode on the Black Men Unfiltered Network. Listen, we're doing the thing over here. So, guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. Also, if you want to donate to the channel, which helps the channel, hit your boy Cash App. It's scrolling right here, right there, at the bottom of the screen. And support the channel. But we're happy that you're here, and we look forward to seeing you on every episode. So hit the notification button so you know when we go live. Thank you again, guys, for watching. We out.